All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now 1:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, I'll call this special call meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into executive session to discuss pending of threatened litigation, personnel, and real estate matters.
Second.
There's a motion by the Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. See no colleagues in the queue. To Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Okay. Mr. Clark? Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. As soon as we get the colleagues up here on the dais, we'll be ready to start in just a minute. We had an extended legal session that delayed us for a bit, but we're ready to get started as soon as. I'm going to ask that all my colleagues please make your way towards the dais so that we can get started. One, two, 3, 4. We need a few more.
I want a man with the big hands. That's him to run hard out. That's my grandfather. That's my grandfather at the Murray Cookie Company. Biggest head. His wife had to sew extensions in his ball caps.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think we have a quorum here. I'll call the session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to have the mayor authorize the closed meeting affidavit, please.
There's a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Colleagues, with no one in the queue, we're voting.
Mr. Garrett. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There be one, Mr. Mayor. We request a motion to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement to extend the access and exclusivity agreement between the Development Authority of Augusta, Georgia, and a potential developer related to the development of the depot site until December 12th, 2025.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Tanya Barnhill-Turnley. See no callers in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any other additional motions?
That concludes.
There are no motions. This session's hereby adjourned, and we're prepared to call today's commission meeting to order. Madam Clerk, before we begin, I want to take a point of personal privilege. In recognition of Retired Educators Day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a round of applause. How many retired educators we have in the audience? Would you stand up for a second so we can recognize you? Today is special in that we get an opportunity to thank you for your commitment to education and everything that you have done for our youth. And we have a special proclamation that's going to be read by our clerk of the commission, Ms. Lena Bonner.
The City of Augusta proclamation in recognition of Retired Educators Day. Whereas more than 145,000 retired educators have devoted their time and talent to public education in our state, fostering the academic development of millions of outstanding citizens in the state of Georgia. And whereas retired educators have touched and influenced the lives of generations of young people, motivating and inspiring their students to use their innate talents and abilities to the fullest, prompting them to become responsible, contributing citizens. And whereas retired educators possess valuable knowledge and are able to use their vast experience and skills to enrich the education process in varied settings, often continuing to be a major source of insight and direction in education for our state and nation. And whereas for 65 years, the Georgia Retired Educator Association has dedicated its efforts to improving the welfare of retired educators and has provided opportunities for them to remain engaged in community activities along with local affiliates such as the Richmond County Retired Educators Association. And whereas the Retired Educators Day, the City of Augusta recognized these individuals for their time, dedication, and commitment to bettering our community, state, and nation, and encourages all citizens to express their gratitude for the work and legacy of retired educators. Now, therefore, I, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor of the City of Augusta, do hereby proclaim November 2nd, 2025 as Retired Educators Day in Augusta, Georgia, and urge all residents to honor and celebrate the contributions of our retired educators who have shaped the lives of countless individuals and strengthened the foundation of our society. Given under my hand the second day of November, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, come make this presentation.
I certainly can.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, as I look at some of those retired educators, look like some of them should still be in the classroom. They look so young. So thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate all the work that you've done educating our youth and appreciate that all you continue to do for our community. Madam Clerk, let's continue.
Okay. I call your attention to the invocation portion of our agenda, which will be delivered today by Bishop Dr. Gregory M. Fuller, pastor of the Macedonia Church of Augusta, after which we will have our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
Mayor Johnson, commission members, and members of this chamber, let's pray. Dear God, Master, in the name of Jesus, we come before your presence and we thank you. We thank you for this great day that you've blessed us with, for this is the day that you've made, and we are rejoicing and we are glad in it. We pray for our city, the city of Augusta and Richmond County. We pray for our commissioners. We pray for our citizens. Pray, oh God, specifically for our commissioners in this meeting right now, that you would give each of them the spirit of wisdom and understanding. Give them the spirit of counsel and the spirit of might. Give them the spirit of knowledge, and most of all, the spirit of the fear of the Lord. We pray, oh God, that every decision that is made will be made with them having the same mind and the same judgment. Bless us all. Bless us one. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Fuller, could you please stand? Thank you so much for embodying that prayer by staying with us today. We really appreciate your attendance today. By these presents be it known that Dr. Gregory M. Fuller, pastor of the Macedonia Church of Augusta, is our chaplain of the day. May your spiritual guidance and steadfast leadership continue to uplift and bless the citizens of Augusta. Given under my hand this 21st day of October, 2025, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. Thank you again.
Pastor Fuller, thank you for being here, sir. We certainly appreciate your patience. Thank you for all that you do throughout the community. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, for the second time, I think we need to keep moving.
Yes, sir. Call your attention to the recognition portion of our agenda. The mayor and members of the Augusta Commission would like to offer its congratulations to our 2025 August and September 25 50 years of service recipients and the 2025 September Employee of the Month.
Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, Madam Administrator, Madam Clerk, Directors, special guests, and citizens of Augusta, Georgia. My name is Karen Sessoms, Deputy Director of Human Resources for Augusta, Georgia. On behalf of Anita Rookert, Director of Human Resources, it is my esteemed pleasure to recognize the August and September Years of Service recipients. For the months of August and September, we have 55 employees celebrating 5 to 50 years of service with Augusta, Georgia. This afternoon, we would like to recognize our 25 to 50 years of service recipients for the months of August and September. The total years of service and institutional knowledge being celebrated is 665 years. When I call your name, please come forward. Patrick Young, Sheriff's Office, 45 years of service. Scott Gay, Sheriff's Office, 35 years of service. Stephen Fanning, Sheriff's Office, 30 years of service. Christopher Jossie, Environmental Services, 35 years of service. Jocelyn Dickerson, Civil and Magistrate Court, 30 years of service. Here, and I did not call your name, please come forward at this time. Congratulations to all years of service recipients. Please join me in a round of applause as we thank these employees for their loyal service to Augusta, Georgia. Okay, I left too soon. I apologize. We're going to move on to the Employee of the Month. The Employee Recognition Committee has selected Lieutenant Ortiz Toro. I don't want to mispronounce the first name.
What is your name, sir?
Inocencio Ortiz Toro, Lieutenant Augusta Fire Department.
Lieutenant Ortiz Toro has been with the Augusta Fire Department for over 10 years and currently serves as a lieutenant in the training division. He has consistently demonstrated his steadfast dedication and passion for training members of the fire service. He is always ready to help others while balancing his personal workload. Lieutenant Toro serves as the lead instructor for the fire instructor courses and the active shooter hostile events offered by the department, while also assisting with all other areas of the training division. He also serves on the training committee for the Strong Augusta Initiative. He has the additional duties of serving as the program director for the partnership with Augusta Technical College. Since the creation of the Fire and Emergency Services Occupational Associates of Applied Sciences degree at Augusta Technical College. Lieutenant Toro has worked tirelessly to inform, advise, and assist all interested members of the department with signing up for the degree program. He continues to work closely with the Augusta Technical College staff to ensure that all members get the assistance they need to further their education through this program. Based on this nomination and Lieutenant Toro's outstanding service, the Employee Recognition Committee would appreciate you joining us in recognizing him as the 2025 September Employee of the Month.
Madam Clerk, 665 years and an Employee of the Month. Another round of applause. Continue to the delegation, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
my omission. The Commissioner from the 5th has requested a point of personal privilege. We're going to give Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to acknowledge our Richmond County School Board will be holding a specific point of awareness and information for the public, specifically around sex trafficking. Several years ago, Augusta was #2 in the state when it comes to sex trafficking. Atlanta was #1. We've taken that #1 spot. The school system, of course, being the educators and another layer of guardianship of our youth in the community, is trying to bring awareness to such a vitally important issue. I wanted to bring this up because this is a community issue just as much as the school board is bringing this up as an issue that they want to educate and alert folks on. Sex trafficking of children has taken over our city, and this update that they're providing is to ensure our parents, staff, and the guardians are aware of the issues and know what to look for. Wanted to bring this up as a point of awareness, Mr. Mayor, for our community members to understand that this is going to be a collective issue for us to try to address, for us to try to ensure that we bring awareness of, but more importantly, for us to combat. Us being #1 generally would be a great achievement, but in this regard, it's something that we need to really truly work towards addressing and remove ourselves from such a prominent spot on the list in the state. So I want to give a point of acknowledgement for the school board. I know we have one of the school board members here, but I want to give an acknowledgement to that entire body for bringing that point of awareness, and I hope that we all, even this body, look to assist in trying to bring awareness towards that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark, for that important acknowledgement. And you're right, it's very important that we protect those that live within our community. Madam Clerk, now that takes us to the delegation portion of our meeting. Let's move forward.
Yes, sir. Our first delegation, Mr. Moses Todd, regarding the Georgia Constitution, Article 1, and the U.S. Constitution, First Amendment rights.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Todd, thank you for being here again today, sir. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, my name is Moses Todd, 2747 Deansbridge Road, Augusta, Georgia. I won't take more than my 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like to segue to the hat I wear as Cemetery Committee Chairman, and want to present a check to the City of Augusta from I Love Augusta for $9,000 to jumpstart the project of putting up the wall at Magnolia. And this is for the clerk. And also, we have a memorandum of understanding that we sent over to the administrator's office sometime around 4 o'clock yesterday, and she may not have the opportunity to look at it yet. It's a draft of memorandum of understanding that we talked about when Mayor Pro Tem Guilford, when he was acting mayor, initiated the movement on Magnolia and Cedar Groves, and Director Williams and the administrator spent a couple hours out there with us, and we appreciate it.
Before we ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for that effort. $9,000 is a great start, and we appreciate your efforts, sir.
Yes, we would. In the memorandum of understanding, we're requesting those funds be given back if FEMA pays for the wall, or if the city approved the memorandum of understanding and we do the fundraisers, that we would get it back out of the fundraising. And we know that this has to go through procurement. We went out and just, looked for a price so we'd have a fundraising goal. So the price was $18,000. So if we need to cut another check, get another cashier's check for another $9,000 when this wall is finished, we will do that, and we will raise the money to replace it. At least I wanted to bring something positive from the commissioner's effort on directing the administrator. We always come with, suggestions and ways to improve Augusta. So, Mr. Mayor, getting to the reason that I'm here as Citizen Todd today, I want to talk about OCG 1610-20 and OCG 1610-1. OC 1620 is about willfully and knowingly giving false information or fraudulent information or documents to a official body. And I've always, when I come before you, tried to be factual, accurate, and truthful in my comments. And in my opinion, this also applies to the official body. Okay, so I'll close on that. I think it's worth, you looking at. 1610-1 is violation of oath of office. That's any sworn, individual, whether it's a committee member, commissioner, governor, or whomever. So, and I will continue to the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Bill of Rights, freedom of speech. It shouldn't matter whether I'm a former mayor, former commissioner, a mental case off of the streets of Augusta, Georgia. If I go through the process, if that citizen go through the process of speaking as a delegation, that person should be recognized as having the right for grievances and redress. And when an official body claw back at that individual, that citizen, in my opinion, they're violating their oath of office in the sense that they are putting a chilling effect on the freedom of speech. Now, I'm not an attorney, and I don't have cases to cite you, but I would advise when a citizen come before this elected body or go before any elected body, that official body give the respect due to that citizen as far as grievances and redress. That's covered in the Georgia State Constitution. It's covered in the U.S. Constitution. And the clawback, if it's in a demeaning or negative way, could be a violation of that oath of office in the sense that you're denying or not going by the state and U.S. Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. You did a great 5 minutes and 18 seconds. See no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the item, Delegation C, please.
Delegation C, Ms. Mary Finch, regarding the $45 street light service charge.
Ms. Finch, are you here?
He's coming. You're good.
Thank you.
Either side, Ms. Finch.
This side,
Don't know
yeah.
how to go about all.
Well, I'm gonna help you just a bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
For the record, if you will state your name and address.
My name is Mary Finch. I live at 957 Horseshoe Road, South Augusta.
Ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
I have a bill here from the city of Augusta on $45 on my tax bill. Did not know it was coming, got very upset, and I am very sorry, Mayor, for what I did say to you. But whenever...
No apology needed.
Oh, yes, there is. But whenever things like this happen to senior citizens of Augusta, coming out of the wood, and it was a big surprise. My husband and I live on $3,888 a month. He's a disabled veteran. The disability's even getting worse because now he is asbestos through military. We, as citizens here and taxpayers and homeowners, I cannot afford to have $45 this year stuck on my tax bill that I did not have for the last 23 years. I've been totally tax exempt because of, I'm 78 years old and he's 72.
Ms. Finch, thank you so much. One, for courageously coming before this body, as you and I had an extensive conversation about how you air your grievances, and you did it the proper way, so thank you for being here. Is Mr. Finch in the audience with you?
Yes.
Mr. Finch, can
he
you
sure
raise your
is.
hand? Thank you, sir, I heard all the background conversations, and I certainly appreciate your advocacy as well. Thank you for being here, and well noted. Just note that we are working through this as a governing body, and that fee is $45 for the entire year. And
We understand that.
yes, ma'am.
But my budget says I don't need to pay someone else's light bill. I can hardly pay my own. There are months that I don't pay for groceries. The next month, I don't pay for medicine. I have to budget every dime I get now.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there some other way? Can we figure out a way of being tax exempt from this?
That's certainly a discussion that we can have as a governing body for those like yourself that have aged out of certain taxes. That's something we can consider. I know you and I had a discussion about, why am I paying the light service fee and that we don't have any lights? And you stated clearly, we don't want any. You told me that.
Not really, we don't. I've got lights on corners because I have people that come out of, I don't know where they're coming from. Up and down the streets, we just had a young lady, 47 years old, die right down the road from being hit by a car in the dark. But on my property, I have to pay for those lights to be on to make us safe.
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as turn some of the lights off at my house, if I can't afford a $200 electric bill, I shut off lights. I turn the air condition up to 80.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for addressing this, and my best wishes to you and Mr. Finch. Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move to delegation item D, please.
Yes, sir. That would be Ms. Angela Bacchus, resolution creating the Charter Review Committee.
Ms. Bacchus, welcome to the Augusta Richmond County Commission, and thank you for your work on the Charter Review Committee. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
Angela Bacchus, 1437 Jackson Road.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
I came before this governing body last month asking for clarification on what you all believed your role would be after the Charter Review Committee completes its recommendations. I shared facts, quoting things that were said to this governing body, our community, and the Charter Review Committee. I didn't walk out of that meeting with any clarity, just more questions about the source of the resolution itself. At the last commission meeting, we did receive clarity on where the resolution came from, but still no answer on whether or not this governing body would have the ability to change anything that we recommend, or whether a simple majority vote would be required to send it forward to the legislative delegation. So as the commissioner from the 4th said, the baby is already here. Last time at the commission meeting, we found out who the baby daddy is. Now we need to talk custody. So to clarify, my questions are not an attempt to hold up or derail this process, like was mentioned as a concern by some of you. I also don't believe that asking questions should be construed as publicly ridiculing or embarrassing any member of this body. As my high school social studies teacher shared with us, the only stupid question is the one that goes unasked. And I asked questions. Will this body be able to make changes, or will you require a vote before it moves it forward to the legislative delegation? Personally, I don't think you should be able to make changes. I think you should have to vote on it, though. I think you have a responsibility to vote on it. I know this has been talked about a lot, and at the last meeting it was said that over an hour that day alone had been dedicated to answering questions about this resolution. Our CRC members have spent probably hundreds of hours since we began in April. My concern is that if this body doesn't clarify this issue and actually answer the questions that I've brought before you from our community, out of principle, our community will not support the work when it comes to the ballot. So today I'm asking this entire body to stand on your word. A year ago at Good Shepherd Church, the community was told and shown in a diagram that the CRC recommendations would come back to this body for a vote. All of you were told it would come back to this body for a vote. And during our first charter review meeting, both Attorney Plunkett and the Carl Vinson Institute said that our recommendations would come back before this body for a vote. That was consistently told until April 21st, our second CRC meeting. Our local government needs this charter review to be successful. Our community needs this charter review to be successful. We need the accountability that it will bring across the board. But we do not get to a place of accountability without this body first being accountable to what it said, what it spent months communicating to both itself and our community. I'm asking all of you to lead by example, to stand on your word, and to amend the resolution to include a requirement of a simple majority vote by this governing body in order to move the recommendations of the CRC forward to the legislative delegation.
Ms. Bacchus, thank you for being here. Thank you for that statement. I don't have any colleagues in the queue. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, let's move on to delegation item E, please.
Item E, Dr. Teresa Waters introduced Augusta University School of Public Health.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Waters, welcome. If you will, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your address, please.
My name is Teresa Waters. I represent Augusta University, and I live at 57 Conifer Circle, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've written my comments to make sure I stay under my 5 minutes. My name is Teresa Waters. I have the privilege of serving as the founding dean for Augusta University's newest school, the School of Public Health. Public health focuses on protecting and improving the health of populations and communities. It includes a wide range of disciplines and activities to prevent disease, promote health, and ensure access to quality health care for all. Our school was established August 1st, 2023, bringing together faculty and staff and students from across AU with interest and expertise in public health. We're currently home to 41 full-time and 4 part-time faculty, 50 staff, and over 300 students. And we have more than $5 million a year in grant funding to support our research and service programs. We have 7 graduate programs, 2 PhDs, and 5 masters, and we hope to add an undergraduate degree next fall, a BS in public health. I think it will be a great addition to our university community and to our community at large. Our largest program is our Master's in Public Health, which is offered fully online, asynchronous. We currently have 227 MPH students. About 25% of those students live in the Augusta area. 67% of them live in Atlanta, and the rest are scattered across the state of Georgia. We love that. We are serving the state right here from Augusta. The School of Public Health is a wonderful addition to Augusta University. AU has a long tradition of training excellent clinicians, doctors, nurses, therapists, and other healthcare professionals. These clinicians provide outstanding care, mostly to individual patients. Training them in public health helps them understand the larger context that affects patient health. I'd like to tell just a little story about what public health is, because I find that a lot of people sort of have an idea but don't totally understand it. In my previous position, I came here from the University of Kentucky. I had a colleague who was a practicing pediatrician at UK Healthcare. She told me the story of caring for a preterm infant whose mother lived several hours away from the hospital in eastern Kentucky. For months, this doctor cared for the very tiny infant in the NICU. The total bill for that hospitalization was over $1 million. Finally, the day arrived when the baby was strong enough to go home, and everybody was so thrilled with this medical miracle. 24 hours later, unfortunately, this doctor received word that the baby had died, freezing to death in a home where the power had been turned off for non-payment. The mom had been spending all her time at the hospital and not paying attention to this. Okay, the healthcare that we deliver is miraculous, but we can't forget to address the very basic parts of our community that support health, like housing, food, transportation, safety. This is where public health comes in. We focus on the larger context that protects and promotes health. We have 3 missions in this school: education, research, and service. As educators, we work to train a highly skilled workforce that can address the health and healthcare needs of our community. Some of our students are clinicians, but others are being prepared to work in other capacities that support population health. As researchers, we focus on a range of topics that have big implications for health. For example, several of my faculty work in the area of substance use disorders, ensuring our communities have access to life-saving interventions like Narcan or screening and referral. I have another faculty member who works with pregnant moms, making sure they monitor and report their blood pressure to the clinic so that preeclampsia, high blood pressure in pregnancy, is caught early and treated, potentially saving the life of both the mom and the baby. So public health is very important to our community, but public health is also all about partnerships, and so that's why I'm here today. We want to partner. We need to partner with others in the Augusta community to address our health and healthcare needs. That might look like writing a grant proposal together to a federal or state agency, to a foundation, to support the delivery of new services or to enhance or expand something that already exists. It could also look like hosting some of our public health students who need to complete an internship in a public health-related setting in order to graduate. We have wonderful, committed students who want to make a difference in our community. I hope we can find opportunities together. Ooh, right on time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Waters, Thank you so much for being here. And you're right, public health is important. Congratulations to you for starting a new program at our grade at Augusta University. I don't see any colleagues in the queue regarding public health, but we certainly appreciate you being here. Thank you for bringing us that education. And I do see Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th, so I'm going to yield. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Waters, thank you for presenting this. Obviously, your community engagement executive from Augusta University has led you well to bring you to this body, and I'm sure you're going to others as well. So if Madam Administrator, if you all can definitely please exchange contact so that we can see if there's other purposeful ways that we can benefit or collaborate, for sure.
Greatly appreciate it.
I also want to point out my baby girl is in the audience, and she is a proud graduate this year. I know Daddy is putting you on the spot. But she just graduated from University of Kentucky this year. So you say UK, so go Wildcats, is that what it is?
Very good.
Thank you, Des. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Waters. And also the great folks I see in the audience from Augusta University for being here, and thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to item delegation F.
Yes, sir. And members of the commission, Mr. Kelly had to leave, and no doubt he'll be rescheduled.
No doubt. We're going to miss him. We're going to miss his liveliness. All right. Item G, please.
Item G, Ms. Shawn Harris, empowering every learner, a strategic support plan for families and children with special needs.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Harris, if you will, welcome. For the record, please state your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Shawn Harris, 4749 Brookwood.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, are you going to be speaking as well?
Yes, I will.
If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Raphael Howe, 612 Goodell Lane.
Thank you so much. You guys have 5 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and distinguished guests. My name is Shawn Harris. I'm the founder of Be Mighty Enterprises, and it's a foundation, a nonprofit organization that is started to serve and support children and communities with special needs and disabilities. Now, Raphael Howell.
Good afternoon, Mayor, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're proud to represent Be Mighty Enterprises. It's a K-12 educational organization, and it's devoted to transforming the lives of children with special needs and those from undeserved communities. At Be Mighty, we believe that every child, regardless of ability, background, or circumstance, deserves the right tools, the right environment, and the right support to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Our mission is simple: build stronger children, stronger families, and stronger communities through equitable, inclusive education. The challenge: across our region, hundreds of children with learning differences, behavioral challenges, or developmental delays are falling through the cracks. Schools are often under-resourced, teachers are overwhelmed, and parents struggle to navigate complex systems. The data tells the story. Children with special needs are twice as likely to experience academic setbacks and 3 times as likely to face social isolation if appropriate supports are not in place. But these numbers represent more than statistics. They represent real children, bright, creative, capable minds who simply need a fair chance to learn in ways that work for them. And when these children are left behind, our whole community feels the impact. From lower graduation rates to higher long-term social costs, Be Mighty Enterprises exists to change that trajectory. The solution: Be Mighty Enterprises takes a whole child, whole community approach. We provide a continuum of services that extend far beyond the classroom. The specialized educational programs: our K-12 integrates evidence-based instructional practices, individualized learning plans, and trauma-informed care. Every student's strength, learning style, and emotional needs are honored. Family empowerment: we equip parents and guardians with training, workshops, and advocacy resources to help them become effective partners in child's educational journey. Community collaboration: we partner with local school districts, mental health agencies, and community organizations to create a seamless support network, bridging the gap between education, healthcare, and home life. Social and emotional development: through art, theater, mentoring programs, we help children build confidence, communication skills, and resilience, qualities essential for lifelong success. And then our impact. In just the past year, Be Mighty has supported over 350 students with individualized academic plans tailored to their needs. We've hosted Christmas toy drives, school supply drive, and Easter basket giveaways for 7 years, serving more than 500 children in the oncology hospital and students with special needs and disabilities. Partnering with local school system to improve inclusion and classroom accommodations. Reported measurable academic gains with reading and math proficiency improving by up to 28% among participants within one school year. But perhaps the most powerful evidence is the personal stories. A child once labeled unreachable now proudly reads aloud in class. A parent who once felt powerless now advocates for her child's rights. These are the victories that ripple outward, strengthening not only individual families, but the community as a whole. Today we ask in the Commission for your partnership. Through funding, community collaboration, and visibility, your support will allow us to expand our outreach to additional schools and communities in need, enhance our behavioral and therapeutic support staff, and launch a community engagement center offering after-school tutoring, social skills, programs, and family support services. With your investment, we can reach twice as many students next year and continue building a model of inclusive education and works. And in closing, Be Mighty Enterprise stands on belief that when we uplift our most vulnerable children, we uplift everybody. Together, we can turn potential into progress and challenges into opportunities. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to every child's right to learn, grow, and belong. Let's be mighty together. Thank you.
Mr. Howell, first, I want to congratulate you and also thank you for helping more than 300 students throughout this community. I think it's important that we engage at an early age, especially those that need help. So thank you for your work. What is your ask of this body? I know you say help in funding. As you know, we're struggling like most other entities. We have a lot of great community partners through the Community Foundation and some others that perhaps we could direct you to. What would be your ask of this body?
Well, yes, I know just from our experience alone, we just needed basically a green light to get inside the schools. And that was one of the roadblocks that we had, facing just to get that light to get in there and help the schools. We didn't need anything specific when it comes to us allowing it, going there and teaching. We had this in other counties, mostly in South Carolina, and we've had this experience with going into, once we got the green light to get into the schools, it eventually will spread and take on. We initiated a school-based curriculum to those schools and to those students, and that's kind of the pathway we need to take.
That's great. That's great to know. We do have a school board member that's here. Have you given the same presentation to the Richmond County School Board? Not yet. All right. I highly encourage you to get on their agenda. I think this is a needed program, and it certainly will, I think it will be helpful to our community. I have Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Please sit patient. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Good seeing you again, Ms. Harris, and thank you, Mr. Howard, for the presentation that you did. And I was just going to say that Ms. Trustee Board Member Monique Braswell is sitting in the back, so you may need to exchange cards. And also, I would like to say thank you for what you're doing. You don't get if you don't ask. So make sure you're partnering with and making sure people know about your program, because I think it's something that is really needed. And so congratulations on having the courage to come to us. But thank you. But make sure you talk to Ms. Braswell. I know she's going to have a presentation, and she's going to be zooming out to get to her board meeting. But please make sure you all connect with each other, or give me your card, and I'll make sure we connect. And Commissioner Don Clark is the liaison from this board to the board of the school board. So make sure maybe you all can connect as well. Thank you so much, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. And again, Ms. Howell, Mr. Howell, Ms. Harris, thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for sharing your noteworthy program and your effort. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to delegation item H.
Item H, Ms. Monique Braswell, regarding the annual Monique Braswell Feast Before the Feast.
Mr. and Ms. Finch, thank you all again for being here. Trustee Braswell, thank you so much. For the record, please state your name and address.
My name is Monique Braswell.
Address, please.
2831 Fairmont Street.
Thank you, madam. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So every year I come before y'all. I'm about 2 months behind time. We know that, Lena, I'm sorry. We know that we experiencing a lot of food insecurities here in Augusta, especially around holiday time. Where is Parks and Rec? Come on, Miss Williams. Wait for the flyer to go up.
It's coming.
So we know this is going to be Ms. Williams' first year being a part of the Feast Before the Feast. We've been partnering with the Parks and Rec now about 6 years for these successful meals. So in these uncertain times when so many are facing challenges that test their faith, their patience, and even their pride, it is more important than ever that we look at those of us who are struggling. As we move forward toward Thanksgiving, a season meant for gratitude and giving, we are reminded that there are families right here in Augusta who are trying to find not only food for their tables, but hope for their hearts. Our initiative, the Feast Before the Feast, is about more than just meals. It's about restoring dignity, reminding the people that matter, and making sure that our community continues to care for its own. Yes, we know that there's difficult conversations happening right now about the budgets, authorities, priorities, responsibilities, but amid all that, we cannot lose sight on what truly keeps us providing for our community. Augusta has always been a city with a heart, a city that takes care the underserved and uplift those who are overlooked. This effort is simply a reflection of the Spirit. So today, we are asking that you, with your support, your time, your resources, your prayers and compassion, that you help us be able to not just feed the people, but instill some pride and peace back in them. And I'm gonna leave it there, because I like to just come in and say what it is that I want to say. At the end of the day, we have a lot of people who are hungry. I'm not interested in the politics of this thing. We got 7 locations of people that may not have a meal on their table. And I'm coming to ask individual commissioners, not the city itself, because I'm already partnering with the Parks and Rec, for donations to help to be able to go to these centers and feed the people. Last year we fed 5,339 people, and we ran out of food. We ran out of food. Last year we also had to release one of the locations. I'm standing in that same predicament this year. I may have to release one of the centers because there's not enough to go around. So with that, I'm asking you all to please donate at least $250 per individual, whatever you can give, so we can keep these 7 Who that laughing? Oh, yeah, Broadway. And I have some terrific sponsors. Broadway Baptist Church has been sponsoring since we started this, Augusta Parks and Recreation, Fifth Third Bank, Peach Bank. Just, we have some sponsors, but it's not enough without you all. And these are your constituents. These are the people that voted for you all that's going to be receiving these meals. Didn't mean to. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Braswell. I don't have any colleagues in the queue, but for those of you who may not know, Ms. Williams is our Director of Parks and Recreation, and Parks and Rec is also a part of this partnership as well as the city. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Ms. Braswell, you can get my $2.50 today.
I know you had that check ready, girl.
$2.50. But I think this is a good program, and if you have never been out to actually serve in one of the locations, it's amazing how many people are hungry and how many people don't want money because I'm not sure. I was at one site, and about 4 families came up, and I told them that I could give them money to go get them something to eat, and they said that they would rather have food because they were hungry, the kids was hungry, and it was not that they was getting the food to take it somewhere else. They were getting the food, they wanted the food to actually eat for themselves. So thank you, and this is your what, how many years you been doing this?
So this is partnering with Parks and Recs. This would be our 6th year, but I was doing this 12 years prior to me getting breast cancer. So I'm going to say about 18 years in total.
Well, thank you for what you do, and I hope my colleagues would be able to support by giving, and thank you for coming before us.
Thank you. I just want to say this. Over the years, I have gotten lots of support from Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Lewis. Wayne Guilford was supporting me when he was the commissioner 8 years ago, how many ever years ago that was. Tanya Barnhill, the location that I'm actually happen to close this year unless I get more help, she was the one that took that site over, McBean. She took that site, she ran that site for me for the first 3 years of it, and thank you. But it just happens to be one that if I don't get enough help this year, I'm gonna have to let go. Jordan, Stacy, all of y'all, Catherine, who have helped, we really need to help a lot this year. If we want to put McBean back on there, I'm going to need more help.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes the District Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Braswell, thank you for what you do. I echo Commissioner Scott's sentiments. Oak Point really does appreciate the dinner every year, and I try my best to be there every year to help out as well. So you can also come get your $2.50 from me before you leave today too. And I'll get the marshal on you.
I ain't scared.
$2. Yeah, we got you though. But again, thank you for what you do, and we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th.
Hey, Ms. Braswell, thank you for coming. I got a question. I know you're a school board member now. What's the support that you're getting from the school board as well, or the school system as a whole?
So they make sure that the flyers get into the school so that the kids know exactly where to, and I have a lot of on-hands help from them, which I started this with the school system before I was a school board member.
Okay. Madam Administrator, got a question. Is this, do we have an agreement in support of this? I know this has been a long-standing benefit for the community. Do we have any agreements on record to support this?
I am not sure, Commissioner Clark. We would have to look to see if there were any agreements in place.
So hold on, let me stop you, Commissioner Clark. There's no reason for you all to have an agreement on this. This is not done by, I started this on my own, out my own pocket. I'm not asking the city for $1, I'm asking you for your own $1. Okay?
So, Ms. Braswell, I want to make sure that I clarify my point of asking what I'm asking. 3 of your locations are community centers owned by the city. So I'm asking for clarity if there's an official agreement that shows the partnership. That's what I'm asking, and that's why I'm asking the administrator if we have anything on file today.
Okay, so I think I can answer that a little bit too. The agreements I have is with the individual buildings. The individual buildings, like I literally go to those buildings and have the conversation with those individuals.
Okay. So, Madam Administrator and Ms. Williams, if you all could just verify and validate if we have any type of agreements on file so that we can legitimize the efforts. And if there is a bona fide partnership, let's just clarify it. If there's anything that happens in those facilities, the city's liable for anything that happens, not Ms. Braswell. So I'm asking specifically so we can kind of clarify if there's anything written and established to support such an event. It's a great event. I've donated previously before as well, before I became an elected official. But I just want to make sure that if there are agreements, because we're utilizing city facilities, county facilities, let's legitimize the effort. I know Ms. Williams is coming in well after the fact. This has been an event that's been going on for a long time. If we don't have something in place, if this is something that we're going to partner, we need to make sure that we clarify that piece. So, Madam Administrator, if you and Ms. Williams can clarify that, so we can kind of clean up that piece of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Ms. Braswell, thank you so much for being here. Best of luck to you. Thank you for feeding our community. Appreciate all the great work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Administrator? It takes us to delegation item I.
Number J. Item J, Mr. Charlie Coleman regarding the fire department structure and costs to community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Coleman. Welcome, sir, and thank you for your service on the Charter Review Committee. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Charlie Coleman. I live at 805 Owner Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
The reason I wanted to come speak today in front of the entire commission and Ms. Allen is I'm a former employee of the Augusta-Richmond County Fire Department, approximately 35 years. And when I retired, before I retired, under the Chief James, we were able to accomplish an ISO 1 rating in Augusta-Richmond County Fire Department for this community. And that's less than 2% in the nation that ever get to an ISO 1 rating. Since I retired, I've seen to where when our administrative staff is separate than the suppression staff. The administrative staff works 9 to 5, and there's chiefs in that staff, and there's also chiefs in the suppression staff. We had 3 battalions when I retired: Battalion 1, Battalion 2, Battalion 3. Our Battalion 1 office was run by the shift commanders, and there are 3 shifts, A, B, and C. So you had 3 shift commanders in that battalion. You had 2 battalion chiefs in Battalion 2, 2 battalion chiefs in Battalion 3. Now, remember, we were able to obtain an ISO rating 1 with that structure. Since then, a couple years ago, the department has separated those shift commanders out of Battalion 1 and put them into a new station, I believe, on Telfair Street. And they promoted 3 captains to battalion chiefs and took their place in Battalion 1, which is East Boundary and Broad Street. That gave you 4 24-hour chiefs per shift, times 3 shifts. Now they're going to basically create a 4th battalion and promote 3 more battalion chiefs. So together, on the suppression side, you will have 15 chiefs, 3 shift commanders, 9 battalion chiefs if that happens, and you have 5 chiefs in administration: a big chief, 2 deputy chiefs, a chief over the bureau, and a training chief. That's 20 chiefs. We currently only have 19 operating stations, and hopefully soon they'll open up the new Engine Company 3 at Powell Road and Gordon Highway. I believe it's top-heavy. Now, these chiefs' positions have a salary between $80,000 and $100,000. Now, that's not counting matching Social Security, paying in workers' comp, the cost of the 2 additional vehicles, the maintenance of the vehicles, and every time one of those 5 chiefs will be off duty, they put a captain in that car. I spent probably my last 12 years as a captain on the fire department, 30% of my time filling in for a battalion chief. When that happens, you're taking a suppression captain out of suppression and replacing them with an overtime individual to fill that slot, to maintain the service to the community. Now, that's a hidden cost that nobody thinks about. If you as a commission and Ms. Allen decide to keep the structure as it is, there's one shift commander and 3 battalion chiefs working. And if the chief wants to separate into 4th Battalion, I recommend that you put those shift commanders back in one of the battalions and do not promote 3 more chiefs. We're under a strenuous time with the budget. I see y'all struggling with that every day. And as an individual with a little bit of knowledge and experience of the fire department, I see we're getting to be too top heavy. And when somebody dials 911, they want a fire truck with EMTs and firefighters. They don't want a whole entourage of white shirts showing up. There's discussions that I've had with several individuals. They said, well, the additional chief is going to be a safety officer. When I was working with the fire department, every captain and lieutenant had to become an incident safety officer. And that role as a safety officer is considered in what's called a hot zone. It's walking around the structure, in the structure, looking for different things. Those battalion chiefs do not go through the same physical fitness regiments. They don't do the core burns. They don't do a lot of things that suppression officers and individuals have to do. So what I'm asking is for Ms. Allen and the commission to look at the structure of the fire department and possibly come up with some recommendations to save the taxpayers some money. We need firefighters on fire trucks so we don't have to shut down engines, which happened, I believe, a couple weeks ago. There was a couple fire trucks shut down. They don't usually shut down a station when that happens because you'll have an aero truck there and they'll shut down the pump. And so now you have an aero truck, which is a lot more expensive, that can't access certain areas in the county. And I'll give you an example. When I was a captain in engine company number 19, they used to shut down the 19 to pump, and they used to make the aero truck answer to EMS calls, fire calls, and vehicle fires. There was a lot of areas that aero truck couldn't go down because there was a lot of small pig paths through the woods with large areas of the county that we had to park and walk, which taxes the suppression people and puts the public at danger. Now, I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. I support Chief Burton 100%, and I think he's done a wonderful job, especially with the coordination with Augusta Tech and the educational things. That's big, real big. I'm just asking for the commission and Ms. Allen to look at possibly cutting some costs in administration and putting the money in suppression for the firefighters that serve the community.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. If you sit tight, we got a couple of colleagues that obviously are in the queue. Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I have a question for Chief Burton.
Chief?
Hey, Chief.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chief. I know back in, I think it was 22 or 23, the body approved the 4th Battalion. But to my understanding, it hasn't come to fruition yet, correct?
Yes, sir. Once Station 20 is built, that takes us to Station 3, correction, that takes us to 20 fire station.
Okay.
So at that time, we'll implement that 4th Battalion.
All right. And so when that time comes to implement that 4th Battalion, what is the cost going to be on the taxpayers?
So the positions, the vehicle, all of that has already been approved and purchased.
I understand that, but like, I guess my question is the ongoing cost of adding this new battalion. You know, we've been able to operate 19 stations with 3 battalions. I'm not quite sure I understand why a 4th battalion is needed just because we're rolling out a 20th. Is it just a restructuring within your department, or?
It is. So in my career, I've had the opportunity to not only work with fire departments throughout the state, but also departments throughout the nation. And what we're moving to, so Augusta Fire Department is a progressive metro department. And so we're able to implement a structure based on industry best practices. And that's what we're doing. All of the initiatives that we've implemented, Captain Coleman spoke about our partnership with Augusta Tech. We're the first in the state of Georgia to implement that program. So it is industry best practices. There are several reasons why that's important in today's fire department, as opposed to what happened in the past. And so there are a lot of changes. The progression of the fire department, what we now know as opposed to practices in the past, how implementing best practices works better for our department.
Well, and that's good to hear. And, you know, the partnerships that have been able to be developed, as well as the partnership with Augusta Tech, it's been phenomenal. And I know it's been really beneficial to the surrounding area, too, as other departments are benefiting from that. In regards to the additional battalion, is that coming online? Is that one of the reasons why we had to increase the fire millage rate in order to fund that?
Well, solely no. I would say no. I think there are other reasons why we had that discussion, but not just solely for that reason.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Coleman, thank you for your service. He retired here from Augusta Richmond County Fire Department 6 years ago when I got out last time, and he was president of the union. His heart is in the right place, making sure that his fellow brothers and sisters are taken care of. But Chief, talking about the millage rate, picking up on what Commissioner Garrett was talking about, you said, well, no, not necessarily, but there was a proposal that was given to us last week to increase the millage. 2 years ago, we had talked about doing some right sizing, where we no longer spending $3 million ambulances going after car accidents or medical things, and you had agreed with that. I believe you was the one who proposed that to the administrator at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Can you repeat that, please?
Were we going to calls, 911 calls, whether it's somebody gets in a car accident, somebody falls, we taking $2 to $3 million vehicles, fire trucks.
Okay, yes,
where
sir.
we lit, you know.
Yes, sir. I follow you now. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. So we did talk about some things that the fire department could do as we look at costs in that realm. But the fire department didn't just talk about it. We actually implemented it. And what we saw last year was a little over 2,000 call reduction in our call volume. And so by not running low acuity calls, we were able to see that savings. So that's savings on our men and women, that's savings on our maintenance, and savings on our fuel costs. Yes, sir.
All right, so when we have moving everybody up in that department, and that's where Mr. Coleman's concern is, where you become top heavy. Anytime that you move somebody up, you have a void below. The biggest challenge for the fire department, sheriff's department, marshal's department is finding somebody to fill the positions. You pay the money to put them through class, and then they leave to go somewhere else that pays more.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And so the challenge that you face as a chief is that you're going to be shortage of men and women in your department. 2, it's been a problem since I was on the floor last time on overtime. You got some of your firemen making over $100,000 a year because of overtime. But we steadily taking them away from their families. How are we going to fix that?
So,
is that where the millage rate increase comes into play?
So there's several ways. I mean, attrition throughout public safety is not unique to Augusta. It is an industry-wide something that is faced industry-wide. And so we take steps. We take holistic steps looking at our recruitment, retention. Our partnership with Augusta Tech is a huge
that is
recruitment to move us forward. So we take little steps. I'll actually be bringing something back to you to address another part of our recruiting process and hiring process. So we take a look at that holistically, and we make changes.
How about doing holistically when you come back before us? Bring us what your overtime has been for the past 5 years, and show us what procedures or processes that you had put in place to reduce the exposure of the overtime, please.
Overtime is about bodies.
I'm sorry?
It's about bodies. It's about people in trucks, in positions.
That's right.
And so you have to, in order to address overtime, you have to address recruitment. And so,
right,
yes,
that's where,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I believe you handling that first class when you partnered with Augusta Tech. And we appreciate that, appreciate the forethought that you had put in place for that. Mr. Coleman, hopefully that you'll have a sit down with the administrator and hopefully come out with some good ideas and that we, all three of y'all could put together.
Yeah, I too, I want to also thank Mr. Coleman. We had an opportunity to speak on yesterday and definitely thank him for your service and being committed. I'll encourage him and all of our citizens to take time to fill out our survey as we continue and set our strategic plan for the next 3 years. I think his input, as well as all of our citizens' input, will be invaluable in how we shape the department moving forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Chief Burden, Mr. Coleman. Thank you so much for being here. Madam Clerk, that takes us to item delegation K.
Okay. Our delegation K, Ms. Deborah Eastep, regarding open records request, Charter Review Committee concerns.
Good day, Ms. Eastep. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Deborah Eastep, 1523 Johns Road.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners, mayor, attorney, and fellow citizens. My name is Deborah Eastep, and I stand here as part of a community that still believes the people of Augusta must govern Augusta. Today is not only about paperwork or open records, it's about trust. The public's trust in how our city's constitution is being rewritten. The Charter Review Committee was meant to give citizens a voice and keep politics out of the process. The Carl Vinson Institute was brought in to keep it legal and balanced. Yet what we have seen instead is confusion, withheld communication, and what appears to be a split government. When a vote among commissioners is tied, the mayor decides the outcome. That gives him major influence over whether Augusta becomes a mayor-heavy government. If the same mayor or those acting for him have already broken their own rules or ignored review, then letting him tip that vote removes power from the people who put him there. This is not democracy, it's consolidation of control. Process is everything, and when it is ignored, law becomes theater. So tonight, I'm filing 2 open records requests to make sure every communication and draft around this charter review is preserved in public. These records are not weapons, they're sunlight. If everything was done correctly, transparency will prove it. If not, the record will. But this goes beyond documents. It's a time for watchfulness. I ask every person listening to follow this process, attend meetings, and note who stands for scrutiny and who hides it. Power taken quietly is power rarely returned. Across Georgia, we're seeing laws rewritten while citizens are too busy working to notice. Boards are reorganized, charters amended, and budgets moved to pay lawyers who defend the indefensible. This is how communities lose representation: 1 rushed vote, 1 missing record, 1 meeting at 2 o'clock on a weekday, when working families cannot attend. To lead is to follow the law even when it slows you down. If this process is flawed, it must be examined. If the charter is changed unlawfully, it must be stopped. The Constitution of Augusta belongs to its people, not one office or faction. So I'm asking the commission, the mayor, and the public, let this process be transparent. Let it be legal. Let it be ours. Now, before I close, we must talk about our city's money, the lifeblood of everything we build together. In recent years, millions in SPLOST and grant funds have gone missing or been removed while our parks and green spaces fail. All right after a hurricane that damaged our neighborhoods, we now hear about reshuffling funds, possibly selling assets, and cutting budgets for the very spaces that hold the city together. To outsiders, Augusta may look like a place to pick the bones of a storm-torn city, a chance to buy cheap when disaster has broken us. But to those of us who live here, this is our home, not a clearance sale. We cannot keep cutting parks, libraries, and youth programs to feed deals that never deliver. Our Housing and Development Department is strained. Our code enforcement takes orders from people who aren't commissioners. If they have to ask questions like, how can we close the Maxwell House? These are serious issues and they're growing. This is the moment to show up and stop it. We can do this grassroots together. Chemical industries and gentrification investors don't share the same market, and they can't buy the same land for the same purpose. If they plan to profit here, maybe they should audit each other. Before investing in a city, they may soon have no home for either. We don't need outsiders picking our bones. We can rebuild the city together. Stop making deals with corporations that never keep their promises. They will not clean up Augusta or bring prosperity. They will only divide and conquer, a well-known strategy. Stand up for the people of Augusta because you're one of us. Those out-of-state powers are not. Now for accountability, I'm submitting 2 open records requests and entering them into the public record tonight. First, the SPLOST budget and transparency. If I could pass this off so it can be given.
Yes, ma'am, the clerk will receive it.
Thank you. I'm submitting 2 open records requests and entering them into the public record tonight. Thank you, I appreciate it. First, for SPLOST and budgeting transparency, all budgets, transfers, audits, and spending records for the SPLOST 8 and 9 and related grants, including any reshuffling of funds, asset sales, or cuts to green space budgets since the hurricane. We must know what is being done and who authorized it. Second, for the charter review transparency, all communications, drafts, minutes, and correspondence involving the Charter Review Committee, Mayor's Office, City Attorney, Carl Vinson Institute, and the Commission from January 2024 to today. This will ensure the process shaping our government is legal, documented, and visible to the people it serves. I'll hand those requests to the city clerk now, as I've done. Before I step away, I have 3 questions for the record. To the mayor. What would it take to move these meetings to Saturday at 5 p.m. so working people, parents, and students can attend without losing pay or time with family?
Madam, I'm going to request that you add that to a new delegation because you're over on time, but that is a very valid conversation to have. If you would reach out to the clerk,
yes,
we'll be fine with that.
And I'll see you next time.
All right, you'll see you next time. Don't go anywhere. I just want to let you know that you're exactly right. It is your right. It is our goal and mission to be as transparent as possible, and thank you for your open records requests. I think the Charter Review Committee is one of the best things we've had done in many years. I knew it would be emotionally contentious, but thank you for participating and for following, and thank you for being here, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. I think we're finally to our consent agenda portion of the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, you want to address the addendum?
Yes,
in
ma'am,
case
please.
it may be a
I
part?
did not get a copy of the addendum. If I could get a copy of it. Thank you. You need one? Oh, I'll give you mine. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen that are leaving, thank you so much for being here. Y'all have a great day. I didn't see the deletion. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, can you read it in for the record, please?
Okay, we want to see if the addendum agenda can be accepted.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 on the addendum agenda. Do we need to read it in? Oh, okay. It's on the
Item
screen.
1 on the addendum agenda, appointment, consider a request from Region 6 Emergency Management Service Council, the reappointment of Augusta Richmond County 911 Director Daniel Dunlap, and our new appointment. The new term will run from July 1st, 2025 until June 30th, 2028.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, is there any objection to adding this to today's agenda? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, it is added.
Next one is deletion. Deletion I, Mr. Ben Hassan, regarding contract with the University of Georgia, Carl Vinson Institute of Government.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And items is noted being deleted.
Okay. B, okay. All right. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 31. For the benefit of any objectors to our planning and alcohol petitions, would you please signify your objection once the petition is read? Call your attention to item number 1. It's a request for concurrence requesting a rezoning from a zone R1, one family residential, and a R1A, one family residential, to an R1E, one family residential to develop a single family residential subdivision affecting property located at 400 Warren Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Item 1. Yes, ma'am. I see objectors. I count. There are objectors. I see 4 hands.
4. Okay.
Well, I don't. Is there someone in the back? I don't see. Show your hand in the back. Okay, I'm sorry. Moses, Commissioner Moses Todd.
We have 5.
And 5.
Okay. Item number 2 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition requesting a rezoning from a Zone B2 general business to a Zone R1A, one family residential, affecting property located at 2721A Peach Orchard Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to item 2? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item 3 is a request for rezoning from a Zone R1E, one family residential, to a zone plan unit development to develop mixed residential community on property located at 2384 Gordon Highway. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Yeah, are you raising your hand as an objection? I see 1 objector, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item number 4 is a request for a rezoning from a Zone P1 professional office to a Zone B1 neighborhood affecting property located at 2054 Walton Way. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to the Walton Way matter? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 5 is a request for a rezoning from a Zone R1C, one family residential, to a Zone R2, two family residential, affecting property located at 1622 and 1624 Lucky Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to 1622 and 24 Lucky Street? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 6 is a request to establish a family personal care home at property located at 3602 Abbey Road. Are there any objectors?
All right, Madam Clerk, I see a bunch of hands. I just need 1 hand now. Let's see. Let's just give them a count. 1, 2, sir, if you could. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 objectors, Madam Clerk. 11 with Mr. Todd. Mr. Todd, you have your hand up? All right, number 11, Madam Clerk.
11. Number 7 is a request for a special exception to install 2 monument signs, property located on Walker Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to a monument? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Okay. Item number 8 is requesting a special exception to establish a liquor store located at 2220 Gordon Highway. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to the Gordon Highway? I see 1 hand, 2 hands.
To deny? Yes. Number 8 is to deny a petition requesting a special exception to establish a liquor store at 2220 Gordon Highway.
So this is to deny. Are you still wanting to object? You want to approve it? So it's to deny. It's already, okay. That's, yes, ma'am. So you're removing your objection, just for the record. It is to deny. Madam with the other hand, are you okay with that? There's another young lady who had her hand up.
You reiterate how it's a denying?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Clerk. What, you know.
No, she would have to pull it and have
Yeah, let's pull it.
licensing
We're gonna pull
inspections
it. We're
to
gonna pull it.
address
We'll have
that.
planning and zoning come up and give you all the specifics, okay? So we got a couple of objectors there just for clarification, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
All right.
Okay.
Item number 10 is a request to remove condition number 8 from the recommendation of the Planning Commission and staff in agreement with removal of number 8 on ordinance number 7980. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to this matter? Here, seeing none, let's continue.
Okay. Under the public services portion of our agenda, if there are any objectors to the alcohol petition, would you please signify your objection by raising your hand? Call your attention to item number 19. It's a request for consumption on premise liquor, beer, and wine, and Sunday sales affecting property located at 1500 Comfort Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to the Comfort Road? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 31, with objectors to item number 3, number 9.
We have item number 1 as well, Madam Clerk. Item 1.
Number 1, yes. Objectors.
To 1, I have item 6 and item number 8 for my record.
Thank you.
All right.
Number 3.
Mostly.
1 objector.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
did. We
Number
had
3.
1
Yes,
objector
one
for
objector,
3.
Number 3, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right. All
Our
right.
consent agenda consists of items 1 through 31 with the noted objectors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize agenda item number 1 is already pulled. I'd like to pull agenda item number 10, Madam Clerk, and to pull agenda item number 23.
Number 23.
Yes, ma'am. And on the addendum, I would like to consent number 1.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. All right, colleagues, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Motion to approve. I'm sorry.
Oh.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, and I heard a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Mayor Pro Tem, I still see you in the queue. Is there anything additional you need to add?
Sorry.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, can you get it on the screen for us and we're prepared to vote? All right, colleagues, if you see the screen correctly, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Garrett, oh. It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go in order. Number 1.
Item number 1 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition on behalf of Good News Church requesting a rezoning from a zone R1, 1 family residential, and a R1A, 1 family residential, to a zone R1E, 1 family residential, to develop a single-family residential subdivision affecting property located at 400 Warren Road.
Good afternoon. How everyone doing today?
Good afternoon, Interim Director Vassar.
All right. Well, this applicant was proposing a 30 units detached 2 and 3 bedroom cottage style homes with 2 to 3 bedroom cottages, and would range from anywhere from 800 to 900 square feet. We was recommending approval because of the single family detached homes, and we feel like these are especially good because they are starter homes. I can take any questions that anyone may have.
I'd like to recognize Catherine Rice.
Yes. Did everyone, what was the vote again on that planning and zoning with the planning and zoning commissioners? Did everybody vote unanimously, or were there a few votes?
I think they voted. It was unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My challenge is that I've always supported anything that complements the area as far as houses, rooftops. I don't care for apartments. We all know that.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how this would complement Montclair.
And I understand that. I do know the applicant originally had a contemporary modernized home. Then he came back and talked with the neighborhood of Montclair and with us and had a public hearing, and he went to change it to a contemporary traditional style home for single family.
But the footage don't change. Your normal houses in Montclair is anywhere from 12 to 1,800 square foot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so how was it complementary at 800, 900 square feet?
Brian Kepner, zoning administrator. We do not specifically look at one neighborhood. Under the comprehensive plan, there is a larger area. We look at the larger area, and it's complementing that larger area, not specifically Montclair.
What larger area are you speaking of? I-20?
We're talking about the West Augusta.
Oh, you talking about apartments across the bridge?
No, sir. The comprehensive plan is broken up into seven different district areas.
Yes,
and
sir.
we look at the district areas with regards to its complement, not one specific subdivision.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to see if we could hear from the residents that abuts that this project, if you don't mind, please.
Don't mind at all, Mayor Pro Tem. All of those that are opposing this development or a representative, can you please come forward, please? One of the objectors. All right, madam, you're speaking for the objector, so if you will, please state your name and address.
My name is Kathy Kennedy. I live at 3325 Crane Ferry Road, 30907.
Thank you, madam. Mayor Pro Tem, continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell me how you feel about this 900 square foot?
There are several issues that are really problematic for the neighborhood. Montclair in particular has been the one that's been the most vocal about it because we've been impacted by other things that have been suggested. Some haven't gone through, but that impact our neighborhood. So we're concerned because, as you pointed out, these residences at the price, the square footage is so small that someone with the funds who could actually buy a property like that is going to look for something with more square footage for that price. And 800 to 900 square feet is exceedingly small. And many of the homes that might have been a smaller size within Montclair or surrounding areas, people have bought and then added to and improved. So the competition and the comps for real estate, for getting a loan or anything like that are not there. They're not comps. So right. It's going to be problematic for someone who does not have the money already.
Well, you can't.
Right? Well, I'm saying it could be because there are other avenues, of course, they can take in order to purchase one of these properties. But the main objection is that these do not complement the area. They're unique in a way that is problematic. Their uniqueness is almost extreme and therefore makes it something isolated by itself. The biggest issue was that they would remain individual homes, that they must purchase one home there, and that they not become rental property by people who, at this cost, of course, couldn't do it, buy a bunch of them and then just rent them out, sort of thing.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I actually thought, as far as the neighborhood association, I really didn't hear anything. I actually told one of the young ladies' staffs here and works for Augusta, Richmond County. I said, well, this should pass. It's really, I only heard from one or two people, and yesterday was a different story for me. My text messages went crazy. My emails went off. And I went, somebody woke somebody up. So that's the reason why I'm questioning certain things. But I'm going to open the floor up to the representative, that Ms. Tina Slandak.
Thank you. Is your HOA opposing this as a whole?
Our HOA has, we've met in the HOA and talked about all these things. We actually had a former president from the HOA involved to try to work with the community on this issue, as well as the Parkers that was trying to come in.
Right.
And so the neighborhood does realize that we're at risk for things that are in proximity to the neighborhood and could affect our property values, and also things we have to deal with in the neighborhood as an HOA. So we're very concerned about the things that are close enough that may impact our neighbors, our property owners.
Right, but I mean, your HOA is, as a whole, hasn't, I mean, I understand they're concerned.
Not a statement, like we stand for this, and I wish there was more of that kind of action from the HOA board, but the people of Montclair, this is my bias, has always been, are the most important people. And board members, obviously, are also property owners. But those who have been the most vocal about all of the things that impact Montclair have come from our community. And we're very grateful for the community involvement that we have.
Well, I would, I've been to several meetings between you and the builder. And I'd like to actually hear from them if we could. I know some of the concerns you guys had, of course, were, the size of them. But, you say, well, we don't want people to be able to buy these and then turn them into rentals. Well, I mean, the planning board is doing what they're supposed to do. And, the conditions and rules in here are saying that, I've heard from the developer, they do hope that, that they will have an HOA in this area when it's built. And those will be the people that are going to determine what direction those are going. And now the way these are being built, I know there was another concern that, these are going to be low-income housing. Well, that is not the intent at all of the builder. And if Mr. Teskey and his partner would like to come up and just reassure them one more time, this has been through planning and zoning twice and passed both times. And I do understand your concern. I do. But I do believe they have a good plan. They've listened to you guys. And some of the, your concerns about financing and things like that, that is not the planning and zoning's area.
We understand that. We're just trying to look at the whole picture. If they're not sold, and if people who are interested in that small of a space want to have access to these properties, there are avenues legally that they can then have ownership in something in very close proximity to other homes that are of similar value.
Right. But there is, and I understand, I'm very familiar with your neighborhood. I love Montclair, but there is apparently a market for small homes, so people that don't want a yard. They don't want a yard like a lot of people in Montclair. They have nice yards, and there apparently is a market for it. So I would like to hear from the builder once again, Mr. Teskey, if you can give your name and address and just maybe briefly just support what you have been, what's been approved by planning and zoning already.
Nick Teskey. I live at 460 Timberwolf Trail in Martinez. Our development, the goal, what we're targeting, obviously, is starter homes. To my knowledge, there's not really a lot of builders that are targeting that, which is the reason for us targeting that range. I have young adult children that have been priced out of the market. So that was one of the incentives that we looked at doing that. But the goal obviously is we're partnering with the church. The church has the land. We're going to put it on that land there. From our meetings with the folks at Montclair, some of their concerns, one was that this would not be detached, would not be townhouses. That was not our intent from the beginning, so we asked that be put into the stipulations, and has been from planning and zoning, and at our request and their request. So that's been done. These will be standalone homes. Again, also the idea, these young people, most of them don't like taking care of yards, and so that was one of the things that we took into account. So the HOA, our plan is to have yard maintenance and all that stuff included in that. For the main reason, we don't want these to degrade over time. We want the properties to look good. We want them to be built with really sustainable products so that they won't have any real maintenance for 15 years or so. And so that's our intent from the beginning. Site work's the biggest thing. That's going to be the biggest expense for us. We have to relocate the parking lot. The existing parking lot of the church sits on this acreage. We've got to relocate it to the other side of the church before we can begin any construction. So obviously, if prices drop in those things, if oil prices drop, that cuts the price of asphalt, which would cut the price of infrastructure, and we would be passing those on, obviously, to those homeowners.
Okay, thank you.
May I respond?
Yes, ma'am.
They're describing a starter home as costing $250,000, which would put you in something quite different than that. So I don't understand who would be investing at that level who's never owned a home before and is just starting out. Generally, people, if they look for a small size home, and I agree, there's that effort now with smaller homes. People are willing to accept smaller homes, small square footage, and it's mainly over cost. It's because they can't afford something that costs at this level. So this is part of the issue with Montclair, is the entire project does not really make any sense. There are no comps for this size home in terms of square footage in the home. I mean, what do you compare it to? It's like an apartment size, a small apartment size rather than a home. And so you're in a neighborhood, you're in an area that goes quite a distance. If you want to say it's not about Montclair, it's about much more. You can go quite past that and find similar homes to Montclair. And there are some older homes, one of which you have taken to try to renovate to prove that something could sell at that 250 range to give a comp, and you've been unable to sell it. So there's nothing about this that makes sense to me as I won't speak for the association because I'm not here to do that. I'm here to speak for myself. And as a property owner, this does not make sense. And as a person who lives in Montclair, I am asking for this to go back and come up with something that makes some sense, that fits within this area, that looks like a home, a starter home. Because these are unique, and maybe that's a good selling point. Everybody will come to look at them, but it's just, it doesn't make much financial sense that you would invest that in a starter home.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you. it's been good to hear the conversation, and even seeing this go back through planning and zoning has been helpful, at least in my side, in regards to this project. So thank you for that. And, one of the things that constantly is the lack of building starts in this county. I know this is an area that probably many residents thought would never be developed because it's frankly on church property, but, times are changing, and we do need to encourage people to be moving to Augusta. We're not a fast-moving county in regards to our surrounding counties. We've been last for quite a few years. So I'm going to make a concurrence with the recommendation from Planning and Zoning to approve this.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, there's been a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett for approval with a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. There are no further colleagues in the queue. We're prepared to vote.
Okay. That motion carries 9-1 with Mr. Guilfoyle voting no, Mr. Lewis out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to the next item, please. I think that's item 3.
Item number 3 is a request for concurrence to approve a petition requesting a rezoning from an R1E1 family residential to a zone planned unit development affecting property located at 2384 Gordon Highway.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Boyd, Development Services Manager. And essentially, this is a request, a change in zoning from R1A and R1 to R1E. Oh, I'm sorry, for R1E to a PUD. It affects 25.71 acres out of a 111 acre tract. Applicant is seeking to develop the property for 117 dwelling units, which consists mainly of single-family housing, townhomes, duplexes, and triplexes. There was a similar request back in 2021 for a townhome development. This key difference is with the PUD development, it's all residential, but it's going to be contained on one geographic parcel of land. And so there are several conditions that were approved by the Planning Commission, and the planning staff supports this request. We can answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. There is an objector to this. Who's the objector? Ma'am, if you will, come up. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Patricia Jeter, 4102 Elders Drive. My baby's a little sleepy, so I'm not going to take long. I do not have a total objection to building this unit, this subdivision. What I object to, I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission maybe 2 weeks ago when Mr. Mills came down and was speaking. The problem that I have is that he presented a plan to Planning and Zoning that included sidewalks on both sides. Originally, it sounded like it was going to be a beautiful development. So what I am opposed to is the changing the zoning to PUD allows flexibility for him to be able to cheapen the development. When I say cheapen, I mean he can possibly decrease the quality that he initially proposed for this subdivision, such as there's 500 units. There's 500 units, and now he wants to downgrade to specifically to a splash pad. For 500 rooftops, you should have a pool like you originally said that you were going to build. He originally said in his plans, his original plans has both sides with sidewalks. I do think that he should keep both sides with sidewalks. In the original plan, he said that there were going to be walking trail. Well, my question is, where's this walking trail going to go? One of the commissioners asked Mr. Mills, was there going to be any amenities? And I heard him state that it would be a pond. That's not an amenity. What kind of pond is this? How is that going to benefit the residents? Also, I do think that who's going to maintain this property? I did ask Mr. Mills that. I do think there should be covenants on this subdivision to maintain the beautification, the aesthetic value of this subdivision, which is the corridor. Gordon Highway is right off Gordon Highway, which is the corridor to our communities. So to sum it up, I don't think, if you want to bring up South Augusta, you need to build quality. If you said you're going to do something, stick to what you said you was going to do. Don't put something in writing and then turn around and come back and change the zoning so that you can take away the quality of it to save money. Not in South Augusta. You need to do the same you do over in Columbia County. He builds in different areas, and his properties are nice. I have seen Governor's Place. It's right across the street on Jimmy Dias. I have seen cottages at Ansley, which is Augusta West Parkway. Those are decent, but I'm getting back to his original plans, which he committed to, which was to put sidewalks on both sides, walking trails, green space, and a pool. I think he should be held, and I also do think that he should have some brick on those properties. I do think it should be some brick on those properties. Just because it's in South Augusta, I do think that if you want to bring up South Augusta, you need to build quality just like you do in other areas of Augusta. And if you can't do that, I think you should say no to this petition. Where is our self-esteem when it comes down to Richmond County? We should not be just building things over here because we don't think we can get nothing better. Liquor stores and gas stations and raggedy homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeter. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is the petitioner here? You want to come up, sir?
Sir, if you will, state your name and address for the record.
Yes, it's Matt Mills. My address is 3009 Lake Forest Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Wills.
Okay,
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mills, clarify, I know you've gone through the process. Can you just clarify, just from a public standpoint, we did have a constituent that's brought up some concerns, and otherwise, I do have a question after I give you the opportunity from the plan and zoning, but just talk about your development.
Certainly. So this is a development that's been approved for a number of years. It's part of the Miller's Crossing development, which will ultimately consist of over 550 units. The only reason we're here today is because we had a townhome section which had 117 units, and we decided to do something that, in my mind, is significantly better than what we had before. Before was going to be your typical attached townhome units, and we're changing that to be a mixture of single-family, duplexes, and townhomes as well. So in order to fit the 117 units there, we couldn't abide by the typical setbacks that are applied to every single lot in a townhome subdivision. We wanted to pull buildings close to the road, put trees on the streetscapes, put parallel parking on the streets, and get creative so that we could keep the same density but have a variety of different product. I don't know if Kevin's got, do you have any of the elevations that were in the narrative? Yeah. Because I think once you see it, it's a no-brainer. We have the right to do townhomes, the same old boring townhomes. This is much better.
Okay.
And while he's pulling that up, can I talk with you? Mm-hmm. I think she had a concern about sidewalks. Mm-hmm. We asked that we be able to work with staff to adjust the sidewalks. We were not eliminating the sidewalks for both sides of the street, but it didn't make sense to have, there's a spine road going back to this townhome section. It didn't make sense to have sidewalks on both sides of the street going in. So that was the only request we made, and Kevin confirmed that was accepted. So again, instead of your typical attached townhome, you're getting a mixture of product. I think our square footages range in size from like 1,100 square feet to over 1,800 square feet. Your typical two-bedroom townhome in Augusta right now is probably in the 1,200 square foot range, and your three bedrooms are probably in the 1,600 square foot range. So some of these are larger, some of them are right in line with what's in our market today. But I would argue with anybody, these are better looking than what you typically see in a townhome community. So I think this is a major improvement. She had a concern about amenities. I think there was a little confusion because this is only 41 acres out of our 100 and some odd acres, that this is not where the main amenity for the community is. There's a nice little park in this area of the community, but we own a pond. We met with the commissioner 3 years, I think it was Mr. Silas at the time, that asked us to work in a splash pad. He thought the people in his district would like a splash pad instead of a pool.
Right.
So we initially put in there a splash pad based on feedback from the commissioner at the time and some of the planning commissioners. We planned to have a picnic area because it's just a nice area down by the pond.
Sure.
And so, that's to clarify. These are the same amenities we had from day one. The reason we backed off a pool was because we were asked to by the commissioner. And we are finding in some of our subdivisions that people like more passive things than the pools. There's been some problems in pools of late. There was a gentleman shot at a pool, if you're probably familiar with it. I know in several of our communities, Wright's Farm, which is in Columbia County, we've had big problems with kids that are not members of the subdivision having raging parties and causing trouble. And so it's still up in the air. We could still go back to a pool, but splash pad's what we started from day one.
Got it. I know it was a question about quality of your products and everything. You want to clarify that?
I mean, we follow all the building regulations. These will be as nice as Governor's Place, which was one of the subdivisions we mentioned. My goal is to make it as nice as we possibly can.
Got it. Mr. Mayor, can I bring up the team from Planning and Zoning?
Yes.
Hey, Kevin, can you clarify for me, what was the vote on this from the Planning Commission? And what were the parameters, what were the recommendations from the staff?
Staff had recommend approval of this request, and it was approved by the Planning Commission. I don't exactly remember was it unanimous? I believe it was unanimous. It was a unanimous vote.
It was unanimous?
Now there's about 19 conditions with this, so that alone would make this stand beyond any, zone property that's that allows for a use by right. You got 9 conditions that the applicant has agreed to follow with the terms and conditions of this approval.
All right. Can you clarify the PUD rating on this? I know this was rezoned or zoned for PUD. Can you clarify that just for public consumption?
Initially, it was zoned in 21 for a R1E townhome development, but the fact that they want to have all the units on one parcel of land, it would trigger, a PUD development, or it would have to be something that's not single family. So the R1E limits no more than 1 unit per parcel. And with all of these units being on one parcel of land, we can no longer consider that zoning. But the layout that they presented in 21 is almost identical to the layout that they have submitted for this petition.
All right. Any concerns or recommendations from the staff?
Staff, as stated, we presented 19 conditions in which the applicant has agreed to. One of the areas of contention is the item related to the sidewalks. And we did make an amendment during the meeting to reduce the sidewalks to one side at the main entrance because it was deemed unnecessary to have on both sides. So we opted to have the sidewalks on the side of the mail kiosk. and the applicant, that is something that he asked for, and staff didn't have any issues. The other condition that's placed on this item is that building elevation should generally reflect those submitted with this application. So he's somewhat tied to these elevations that were presented earlier. And final building elevations and materials of proposed structures may be subject to design review by the planning director or designated staff. So that's giving an extra layer of protection and allowing for staff to review the plans before they're permitted.
All right, thanks. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Commissioner from the 5th has made a motion to approve, and I heard Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th chime in first before Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. We're prepared to vote.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're gonna move around for just a second. I was just informed someone has to leave. Commissioner Stacy Pulliam. What item number? We're gonna move to item number 33, Madam Clerk.
Item 33, motion to approve the portion of Dogwood Terrace Apartments consisting of approximately 722 feet of Boat Drive, as per the attached plat, has ceased to be used by public to the extent that no substantial public purpose is served, and that its removal from the county road system is otherwise in the best interest.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Is Daniel, come on up, sir. Doug, I'm sorry. Mr. Doug Freeman, who is the Deputy Director for Augusta Housing.
Yes, sir.
Development. Sir, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. So the Augusta Housing Authority is asking for Bolt Drive to be removed and abandoned and turned over to the Augusta Housing Authority. Bolt Drive bisects the Dogwood Terrace development in a manner that restricts efficient land use and limits opportunity for modern, safe, and accessible site design. In addition, Bolt Drive is completely within the existing property. It dead ends on First Avenue and does not extend past 15th Avenue. By abandoning Bolt Drive, the redevelopment can proceed with a unified site plan that allows for safety and emergency access while reducing unnecessary through traffic in a residential area. This change will enable the construction of updated housing units, enhanced green spaces, and improved infrastructure, providing benefits to both the new residents and the surrounding neighborhood. Overall, the abandonment aligns with Augusta's broader goal of revitalizing aging housing stock, promoting neighborhood reinvestment, and ensuring a more cohesive and sustainable community environment.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Commissioner Pulliam, Commissioner from the 9th, I'm gonna ask that you yield to Commissioner Pulliam and that this is her item, and she specifically asked that it be addressed. Commissioner Pulliam, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. It's not necessarily my item per se. Thank you so much for moving it up. I do appreciate it. Our legal counsel is in the queue. I would like to hear from him, please. It has him down as the presenter for this item. Is that okay, sir?
That'll be fine, Attorney Plunkett.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, just for everyone's understanding, this project came before to be for the road abandonments, and there was a number of roads that were abandoned in Dogwood Terrace. When we were doing the deeds for the other streets that were abandoned, we realized that Bolt Drive was left off of the list, and that's why it's a separate standalone. But this body has already moved to determine that the other roads in this area should be appropriately abandoned. And also, Ms. Pulliam and I discussed a little bit. This is a process of notice and things of this nature. The body has been told about this. It's been advertised. And we would just ask that you consider moving forward with this because it met all the conditions that the various departments wanted to have.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. May I ask Mr. Freeman a question, please?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
So to close this off, we did public hearings on closing this. Have we reached out to the community, especially some of my senior citizens? They've been here, and I thank you for being here as long as you have. They have some great concerns of the roundabout, the way it's we're gonna close off some street, and they feel like they are being closed out, just in almost a camp, that they have to go all the way around versus going through where they previously been done. So have we reached out to them, and have traffic engineering approved what we are doing? And Mr. Mayor, if we can get she pointed her hand at me, so I'm gonna just stop right there. But we do have some seniors that's here and who's been here for a while. I think they need to address what their concerns are.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. I do see an objector in the room. Madam, if you come on up front, I know you've addressed this body in the past. If you will come up and share with your concerns, please. Madam, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Arbella Robinson, 1136 Nellyville Road.
All right, madam. You have an objection to this street being closed?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor and the Commissioner. Mr. Doug Freeman have not reached out to South Nellyville community. We were not aware of this roundabout until I came to a meeting. They have not shown us the plan in South Nellyville. South Nellyville has been there for Dogwood Terrace there. We do not want to be closed off. Seem like we would be in a prison looking over a fence if you're going to block us out. We have to go around. Mr. Doug Freeman said we are 0.1 mile, something like that. I don't care if it was, no, we do not want to, because they developed Walton Acres on 15th Street and cut Giver Manor out, well, what's that project? Sunset, Blakely and McCarty Street, and I looked over there. Well, they blocked them out, but you still can, if someone want to go in there, they could climb the fence, get in there. We're asking, because you did it that way, it's always another way to do something. Do not put us in the same category that you put Walton Acres on 15th Street and down on East Boundary, because in East Boundary, they didn't have a subdivision. It was one way in there. They already developed there. You have to worry about houses. But you're sitting us in a place, putting us like we're not a part.
I'm going to correct you. Down on Sandbar Ferry, Marion Homes is a neighborhood that used to cut through. I grew up down there, so that project did cut Marion Homes off from going around to a store.
And these guys still sit on the corner there at that same place, same store. They still out there, okay? But if their development can come and develop another direction for us to get it in there, because they're blocking, as the kids, we were looking for a community together. Dogwood Terrace, the new development, they're claiming they're going to have upstanding people coming there buying those homes or whatever apartments are. And we were looking, hoping that we would be able to have our recreation center that they want to close, to build it back up, that we can put our after-school program there, have basketball games down there. That was the point. You close to Mount Vernon, kids cannot walk to Mount Vernon to church. That church is there. Our concern is we don't want to be left out. We don't want to be looking like we're in prison when there shouldn't be. Because we were there, he did not come to us. did not show us the plan. They had meetings. Well, we wasn't in the meeting, we was in the planning. And we want them to look at their drawing, go back and see how we can go in there with their plans, but we don't want to be blocked out, not at all. And I don't want to, you know, I've been there 73 years myself, and I'm looking on First Avenue and Second Avenue as a block that I can't go through. As a mental stage there. And we want to go back to the drawing board because he did it on Walton Way, on 15th Street. It does say it worked for us in Nellyville because we are very special people. And we do not want to have Nellyville just have a cemetery there. We going to bury us because the cemetery is already there, okay? Right. And we want to have freedom to move. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Freeman, were there not community meetings regarding any of this?
Yes, sir, there were, not specifically inside the Nellyville community, but as part of the GIC area, which includes the Nellyville community, and it's my understanding that that was communicated to all the residents inside the GIC area. We participated in multiple community meetings at the Carrie J. Mays Center there, where we presented this multiple times. We've had multiple public meetings, public hearings over the last 3 years or 4 years. I counted up that we've had a total of 31 public meetings or public hearings regarding the redevelopment of Dogwood Terrace. Some of those have been Augusta Housing Authority board meetings. Multiple of those have been in these chambers as well. All of those meetings were publicized, including the GIC meetings. So while I appreciate she says she wasn't aware of it, I think we've done everything we needed to do and more in order to try to get that word out there. I understand what she's saying, and I'm not unsympathetic to the idea of if we have those roads closed off, that she'll have a little bit further to travel to get to Old Savannah Road. But when we measured it out from her house, as we said, she's currently a half mile from Old Savannah Road as a direct shot down 2nd Avenue, but having to go up to 15th Street and get to Old Savannah only increases that to 0.8 miles, so roughly a quarter mile difference. So while I agree that it is different, I don't think it's an undue burden to add that additional time travel to get around to Old Savannah Road.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the second. Commissioner Pulliam, you're still in the queue, ma'am.
Yes, sir. This question is for Attorney Plunkett. From a legal standpoint, were the correct processes and procedures followed as far as the housing authority notifying us of the road abandonment?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
a request for road abandonment?
Yes, ma'am. The application is made through the planning department. It goes through a number of departments, engineering, utilities, I want to say planning as well, and maybe 1 or 2 other departments. Once that is signed off, it comes to our department to bring it to this body, which y'all authorized us to move forward with a public hearing. That was advertised twice in the Augusta Chronicle as required by law. There was a public hearing that was conducted in this chamber. Ms. Lynethia Pitts with the law department conducted that hearing. I believe there was 3 people there that appeared in that regard. Her summary of that was in the materials. And so we've gone through all the required steps to do this. And I mean, I should say we, but the Housing Authority did, and we, as the law department, followed up and did what we were required to do. So all rules have been followed.
Okay.
Miss,
You yield?
Yes,
right, yes,
I
ma'am.
yield.
yes, when he spoke about the meeting here, it was in September. That's when I found out about when they're trying to get Dogwood Terrace, have a Bowden Road to be, roundabout. That's when I found about the meeting, because anytime when he came to the meeting that Ms. Pullman had at Carrie Mays, it never said anything about Dogwood Terrace going to be a roundabout or anything like that. It wasn't anything a mention about that during the planning. Were anything? Did I miss it? Did he say it?
May I respond, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, you may, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. There was not a finalized plan as far as the roundabout is concerned, but it was stated in a few of the meetings that Dogwood Terrace would still be a separate subdivision as it is now. I don't know if it'll be renamed. I'm not, okay, and there was talk of that, but I was not sure whether or not it would be renamed. So it was spoken of that it would be a separate subdivision. The revitalization plan, even though that particular plan was not set in stone, it was just a wish list type of plan. Even in that plan, it showed it as being a separate neighborhood. So Dogwood Terrace was still separate from Nellyville.
Well, Dogwood Terrace is separated from Nellyville now. It's
Yes,
always,
ma'am.
always been separated. But we just want to have the opportunity where we've been going through there all these years. We really don't want to see, we do not want to see fence blocking us. You know, we like sitting in the prison bound here. We can't go through. We just looking at bricks of fence blocking us, and we should be blocked because we are different than what you did on those other streets. We are a totally different community, and we want to stay like that. Because we want to have a partnership with them that we can have a better relationship, and you're possibly having people coming in there with a higher income, that we wouldn't have no violent acts in there. So we don't have a problem like that in Nellyville. We don't have crime in Nellyville. Never had. We asked them.
Well, I agree with you. But Mr. Freeman, can you enlighten us? What type of project is this going to be? Okay, give me 1 second. I just want Mr. Freeman to tell you what this development will be.
Yeah, so it's going to be a multifamily style development. And I think we've tried to be clear at every meeting we've ever had that we were going to be redeveloping Dogwood, similar to what we've done at Walton Oaks, similar to what we've done at Walton Green, similar to what we're currently doing at Villages at Meadowbrook. And every one of those properties does not have through streets through it. Every one of those properties is fenced and is a gated community. She mentioned earlier about not using the word or hadn't heard the word about a roundabout, and she's accurate in that because that was a requirement that the city put on us when we asked to close these roads, that we can't just have it dead end at the end of a road, that there has to be a turning radius that's put in there, and I use the term roundabout to describe that turning radius, but that's a requirement of the city for us to do there as part of closing off these roads. But in reality, if we were to leave all those roads in there, there's no way that we could redevelop that property the way it needs to be done. We would just be effectively rebuilding Dogwood as it is now. And that's not what the Augusta Housing Authority wants to do, and I don't think that's what the city of Augusta wants us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Ma'am, for the record, would you state your name and address?
My name is Dorothy Robinson. I live at 1730 Silverley Road and in Augusta.
All right, you wanted to add a comment?
I just wanted to know the purpose of the roundabout. What's the purpose of the roundabout?
My understanding from the city is so that it's not a complete dead end where somebody has to do a three-point turn in order to turn around. It's to give a turning spot at the end of the road so that it's not ending in a spot.
Okay, but what I'm saying, sir, is there's no dead end in Nellyville. Every street, first, second, third, goes straight out to Savannah Road.
Okay.
So you're building new places that maybe for a better living for other people, but why cut us off? I've been living there 67 years. Why would I want to go around 15 to this street to that street to get to my mother's house? So I just want to ask the reason I want to know. What's with all these roundabouts? We got them all over Augusta. We ain't even got enough grocery stores here, but we got roundabouts in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I got a couple more colleagues in the queue. Just sit tight. First, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Madam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. You know, I support GIC. I support revitalization in the community, but I cannot support shutting off an established neighborhood. 67 years, 47 years, and I just don't see, and I know you said that it was put on you by the city of the county. Can engineering come up and tell us why they put it on us, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Malik. Dr. Malik, I'm gonna ask you to come to the other side over here.
Go over there.
Don't do him like that.
He don't do nothing, said nothing.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Can I clarify one thing?
Yes, sir. You may.
So it's not a roundabout. It's basically the condition is what we call the turnaround. So either going to be cul-de-sac or hammerhead, which is a T. So people, the T. So when they come to that end, they have a room or school bus. They can turn around and go there. So I think the roundabout created a lot of confusion. So it's not. It's called a turnaround. So either a cul-de-sac or it's going to be hammerhead T, like a T, so they can back and move on that. So I just want to clarify.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My soror, I love you. You're a good Zeta woman. You and Tamika Williams, right? Good Zetas. Ms. Allen has on blue and white, but I'm not gonna go there today. I'm gonna say this. I grew up there in Dogwood Terrace. I told you that I grew up on 15th Avenue. Uncle lived on Dudley. Grandma moved to Boat Drive and First in a one-bedroom, and we all kind of piled up in there. So Dogwood Terrace is special to me, and throughout this whole process, I've been real staunch on making sure that this is done the right way. Even as a kid, I used to go over to the Boys and Girls Club over there. When I grew up, I worked at Boys and Girls Club, went to Levi White. So this is my neighborhood. Auntie lived on Boykin Place. This is home for me. But one thing that I remember is that I heard my first gunshot living in Dogwood Terrace, and I saw my first drug deal by the mailboxes in Dogwood Terrace. And a lot of stuff that happened in that neighborhood happened because folks were coming into Dogwood Terrace wreaking havoc during those drug years. Between the 90s to 2000s. And I remember what that did to 3rd Avenue and 2nd Avenue. And just kind of, if you drive through those roads now, you see the dilapidation, you see the blight, you just see how that activity just killed that part of the community. So I understand that we want to try to preserve the heart and the legacy of Dogwood Terrace. And I'm with you, I don't want to see it go at all. I don't want to see it blocked off at all. But I do understand that we mentioned Sandbar Fairrow, how the folks are sitting at the store there. Well, they're sitting at the store, but if those gates weren't at Oak Point, at Walton Oaks, it would just be Underwood 2.0. And I remember going through Underwood. I remember you were foolish to go through Underwood at a certain time of night. And yes, Fairhope Street was cut off, and I remember what drugs and those kind of things did to Marion Homes, and we're just getting to the point of fixing Marion Homes back. You look at what happened in Sunset Homes, in that whole Shiloh neighborhood and community. So I get the concern about not being able to drive straight down 3rd and 2nd to Sandbar to Old Savannah Road. But it is my opinion that this is going to be good for this neighborhood, and it took me a long time to come to that point to understand that this is going to be good for this community. It is going to be inconvenient to have to go around, but I look at it from this perspective. Is look at the good that this could potentially bring for this entire area. I haven't seen new construction in Nellyville since I don't think I've ever seen new construction in Nellyville. I've not lived long enough to see it. And that's not a knock on that neighborhood. It's just that the potential that can come to this community is exponential. And so, like I spoke to you before, I just want you to, somewhat keep an open mind about it. I understand we're probably going to have to go back to the drawing board, but you don't want that community to be exposed. You just don't. But again, the will of the people is the will that we should listen to. But you just don't want this new neighborhood exposed. You just don't. And I think ultimately it's going to be good for this community in general. But again, that's just my 2 cents. And I'm telling you, I love this community, and I feel your love for it too. But just try to keep an open mind about what this could mean for the future for the neighborhood. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. And ladies, I can tell you're among the first in all of the redevelopments between Sunset and Underwood and now Dogwood Terrace to say that, we want to continue to have access to those developments and that those have been converted for the best. But I certainly understand your desires as South Nellyville residents. You don't want to be blocked out. So I'm hoping, Mr. Freeman, is there how much time do we have to where we can at least address some of the concerns of the residents? I know you say we're beyond having community meetings, but is there any way that, we could perhaps have an information session?
Well, so final plans have not been approved by this body or by the city at this point. So we are still in the design phase now. So if there is a way that we can do something to help alleviate that, and I tried to communicate that with her when I had a phone call with her, then that's something that we can talk about. But I think for us to continue to move forward, we need to have control of the property. And that's the problem I've got right now is Bolt Drive, which does not connect Nellyville to Old Savannah Road, is the road that we're talking about today. And again, I don't want to minimize her concerns. I'm hearing what she's saying, but I've got to figure out a way to fit a development into that property that will get what we need to redevelop that makes sense, that's financially viable, that'll be marketable, all that sort of thing. And I think a lot of us have, speaking today, have touched on the different things, the different positive impacts that the revitalization that we've already done in the city have brought, and figuring out how we make that work for Nellyville included is something I'm definitely willing to talk about.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question. What happens if this does not pass?
What happens to this if it does not pass?
Yes, sir.
It would probably significantly delay the redevelopment of Dogwood Terrace. If it doesn't pass at all, I would dare say we wouldn't be able to do the redevelopment the way we envisioned it because Bolt Drive literally bisects Dogwood Terrace right down the middle, right through the heart of it.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, it's time to fish or cut bait. Someone need to, let's entertain a motion. Or a substitute motion or something. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
I was going to make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Tina Slindeck. Chair recognizes, before we vote, Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott.
Yes, yes, Mayor Johnson. Can I do a substitute motion?
Yes, ma'am.
To bring this back in to full commission with the intent that the community and Mr. Freeman get together to see if we can come up with a creative idea so both parties can be in some type of agreement, because I would hate for this to fail, but also I do want to make sure that we're listening to our constituents.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Madam Clerk, there has been a substitute motion to bring this back before the full commission with a proper second from Commissioner Stacy Pulliam, that we have an opportunity to engage the Augusta Housing Authority, their board, and the South Nellyville community.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Scott, you said in how many days to come back?
Back in the full commission, come back.
Oh, okay.
Full commission.
Can I?
And in the meantime, to have a meeting with Mr. Freeman and the community, with Commissioner Stacy Pulliam being a part, and whoever else needs to maybe plan and engineering to be, so we can come back with a vital solution.
Okay, what I would like to do then, if my colleagues don't mind, is I'd like to withdraw my motion to approve and support Commissioner Scott's motion and give a chance to bring it back in, 2 weeks?
Thank you so much, Commissioner
Yes,
Rice.
thank you.
Back, Attorney Plunkett.
I think procedurally what you do is you'd vote on the first motion and
Vote on
then.
the substitute motion
Substitute
first.
motion, and then if that
That
passes,
passes, it's
then
approved,
the
correct?
primary motion just fails.
You got it. All right,
No
Madam
more.
Clerk, we have a substitute motion by Commissioner Francine Scott, property seconded by Commissioner Stacy Pulliam, to engage the Community Housing Authority and engineering and all pertinent personnel to see if we could come up with a creative solution. Commissioner Commissioner Johnson first before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Doug, the issue of the road being closed, is that something that is set in stone, or is that amendable?
Which road specifically?
Whichever road that's not favored to be closed.
Well, I believe she was wanting either Third or Second Avenue to not be closed, but that's already been motion approved, passed. This today was specifically about Bolt Drive.
So regardless of any community meetings, the neighborhood is going to be closed off to this development?
No, I won't say that because I mentioned that we're willing to have that conversation to see what can be
So
worked
that's what I'm
out,
asking. I'm asking, like, is that in stone that the gate will go around the facility?
It is in stone that there will be a gate. What any kind of roads that go through that bypass that gate is, we can talk about. But I think it's the will of the Augusta Housing Authority to enclose that facility, enclose that property.
Final question, then I'll get out of the queue. Will residents be required to key into this facility, into the subdivision?
Yes, sir.
So if it's open, then that would more likely go away?
That's correct. Now, there is a leasing office that'll be outside the gate so visitors can get in, as well as residents would be able to allow visitors to come in. But just somebody off the street trying to get into the property, that's not what we want.
Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner Clark from the 5th.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Hey, so if we can clarify some stipulations, I know we're about to vote on this substitute motion, but if I can ask my colleague from the 9th, if we can stipulate specifically what we're looking to do, who's going to be included, how we're going to communicate it, because I think a part of this problem is folks not getting the communication. So we probably want to add some clarity on it so that we can ensure that if we're going to have a meeting, residents can be aware of it, be alerted of it, and give the feedback that they want to give to this. But I want to make sure that that's clearly understood and articulated for this.
Commissioner from the 9th. Commissioner Clark is asking for clarification as to who's included. I think we stated that it will come back before the commission at next commission meeting.
The Augusta Housing Authority, Mr. Freeman, Ms. Robinson, our commissioner for District 2, and any commissioner that would like to be a part of it, engineering and planning. And I don't want to just limit and whoever else have an issue, the community at large, and so we can make some decision, be it that we might have to go back to the other one, but I want to make sure that we actually have conversation with the community and surrounding, the surrounding area as well.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I respond?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. We just need to really kind of pin the tail on whoever is going to be responsible for assisting to get the communication out. If it's going to be a joint effort with Augusta Housing Authority, if it's going to be asking for some communication support from the administrator, let's just make sure we clarify that so it's not kind of left, for interpretation. And I'm not trying to hijack your motion. I want to support it for sure, but I want to make sure that the folks that need to get information and communication about this are aware.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. We have plenty of time, I think, to make sure we have the appropriate people in the room. Commissioner Scott has made the substitute motion, seconded by Commissioner Stacy Pulliam. Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out and Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's get back in line, y'all. I think that takes us to item number Am I right, number 6?
Yes, sir. Item number 6 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve requesting a special exception to establish a family personal care home for property located at 3602 Abbey Road.
Thank you so much. Interim Director Vassar.
Yes, sir. I guess what she said is a request for have a special exception for a family personal care home. On Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025, the Planning Commission voted to postpone the application to allow for the applicant to meet with the Barn Chapel Hills subdivision residential. That didn't happen till we had that meeting on September 29th. And after that, the Planning Commission voted to approve the family personal care home with conditions. I can answer any questions from that.
Thank you so much, sir. Obviously, there's 11 objectors to this. Objectors, I certainly appreciate your patience in staying. Is there someone that'd like to respond on behalf of those that are in objection? If you will, just come to this podium right over here. All right. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Charles Carson, 2426 Friar Lane, Augusta, Georgia. I'm the president of the neighborhood. Thank you, and I have a spokesman for me.
You got it. All right, Madam Spokeswoman, Madam President Spokeswoman, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Octavia Collins. I reside at 2711 Cardigan Court, Hesper, Georgia. I'm the president of the Richmond County Neighborhood Association Alliance.
Thank you,
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Ma'am, you have the floor.
Our neighborhoods are the tax-generating engine of our city. If you lose your neighborhood residents, the businesses won't matter. We must protect our neighborhoods from everything that destroys their value, such as unwanted and unwarranted special exceptions for businesses, crimes, blight, neglect, apathy, etc. That is the only reason why we have neighborhood associations, to protect our homes and our neighborhoods. Any request for special exceptions?
Madam, I'm going to ask you to hold on just a second. We've lost our quorum by 1.
Lost our quorum.
Hold on one. There we go. 1 through 4. Madam, continue.
Okay, thank you. Any request for special exceptions to the residential land use policy in a neighborhood should be vetted through the existing neighborhood association. We have covenants pertaining to land use, property management, personal conduct, building construction, etc. We value these covenants, and they exist for one purpose only, to protect the neighborhood. The Augusta Richmond County zoning ordinance include guidelines to protect neighborhoods from these unwanted and unwarranted special exceptions. I'm asking you to support the neighborhood by denying this request. These special exceptions, particularly personal care homes, are not essential to our neighborhoods in residential areas. The zoning ordinance gives neighborhood associations the right to protect their residential communities. We respectfully ask that you honor this. Don't get me wrong, we understand that our seniors, and sometimes people that are not seniors, need a safe haven, such as a personal care home. Our issue is not with that. Our issue is with it being in the residential area, in particular, this residential area. Reverend Booker would like to speak also.
Thank you, ma'am. Reverend Booker, for the record, please state your name and address, sir.
Anthony Booker, 328 Telfair Street, Augusta, Georgia, pastor of the Broadway Baptist Church, located 2323 Barton Chapel Road, just up the street. I have senior members who live in that neighborhood and across that corridor, and our church stands against this particular item. As well as, I don't know if any of you know where it is actually located, or this particular house. If you're on Barton Chapel Road, anytime during the day, I'm gonna say as late as 7 o'clock. I leave the church sometimes 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock p.m., and I have to sit in the parking lot to get out on Barton Chapel Road because of the traffic. This house is on the corner of Barton Chapel Road in this particular street, Abbey Street. And you have seniors on right here at this corridor where you have traffic all day long up until at least 8 p.m. So I would not want seniors in this neighborhood, in the subdivision, nor on this corner because of the traffic. When I'm gonna use the term horrific, it's all day long, heavy traffic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Reverend Booker, is the petitioner here?
Yes, she is.
Come up forward, man. Ma'am, thank you so much for being here. For the record, please state your name and address.
My name is Dorinda Nina Ponsa, and my address is 3602 Abbey Road, Augusta, Georgia.
All right, madam, you have a few minutes to tell why we should approve this petition for you to open up this personal care home.
Yes,
Is there
sir.
anything you need to add?
Basically, according to the Georgia Department of Community Health, they do allow for this type of business, and one of the requirements is that it has to be in a residential area. Prior to pursuing this, we actually brought it in front of the planning committee, and we showed them the place. And also, we had the fire department come over to kind of see, to make sure it meets the requirements per the state. So in terms of the rooms, in terms of the square footage, in terms of the dimensions, we made sure that we met that requirement. They do, he had mentioned that it's right off the corner, and yes, it is. And the back of the house is gated. So it's not like, and one of the things too is I think the nature of the business is what a lot of people don't understand. These are people, elderly, who are ambulatory. So they can do just about everything. They just need minimal supervision. And they're not gonna be out on the roads. That's not the vision for that. That's what, it's more like they have a place of their own, and then we just help them with their activities of daily need. The backyard is fenced, so it's not like they're coming out in the streets to cause any harm or anything like that. So I do understand that concern, but that's not what they're gonna be doing. They're gonna be supervised. I have a lot to read here, but we've talked about it extensively with the community about it. And actually, we had one of our commissioners, Ms. Tanya, come over too, and they came over and talked to the community. So it's something that, per the structure of the business, per the state, we follow the procedure that the state required. It's not like we just, all of a sudden just decided to, establish here. Per the state, it has to be in a residential area. They have to be part of that community. They can't be secluded or anything like that. If that's the case, then they go to a nursing home or they go to another facility. But the states allow this type of business to be established in this residential area. And specifically this one, we actually went with this one because they didn't have a HOA. They didn't have, well, they do say they have a president, and now that we know that now, but when we bought the property, it didn't state that it had a HOA. So we didn't see the need to inform the community about it before establishing this type of business. And we had, the last time we met at our neighborhood community area, I had one of the state representatives come over to basically explain to them the nature of the business. Half of the time, the people who are going to be cared for, they're not going to be out and about, like I said earlier. And plus, like, 9 times out of 10, they don't even have family coming over to, visit them or anything like that. So it's for those who can or will not go to the nursing homes, but cannot also stay home by themselves. Gotcha. And we're here basically to just take care of them. Yes,
All right. For the record, who's that state representative that came by to visit? You recall who that was?
She couldn't be here today, but it's Miss Tony. I don't recall her last name, but her first name is Tony.
Oh, she's not an elected official. She just works for the state.
Right.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right.
Exactly.
All right,
exactly.
Gotcha. Interim Director Vassar, what was the recommendation from the Planning Commission on this?
The Planning Commission Recommend approval.
Thank you so much, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I would like to ask, now will you be living in this premise as well?
Yes.
Okay, you and your family?
No, so my husband and I are going to be maintaining it. Yes, ma'am.
Going to be what?
Right, my husband and I are going to be taking care of them, yes.
Okay, and are you a nurse, your husband a nurse?
A pharmacist, and my husband is a nurse. So we have over 15 years in the healthcare industry, and that's what we do. I work at Eisenhower. We take care of the elderly. So that's what we do on a regular basis. And that's why we actually went ahead and to pursue this type of business.
And you have no, Mr. Mayor, may I ask another question?
Yes, ma'am, continue.
You have no concerns about the traffic?
So, right,
and
so.
You know, because you're going to have, you know, fortunately, I was able to stay at home with my mother.
Yes,
and she
ma'am.
did not have to go to a facility. So I understand that when there's no person, that somebody have to put a person in a home or something. But just in terms of the emergency, if an emergency arrived and you need to get out of that subdivision, I know you're going to have your lights on and that kind of stuff. You don't have any concerns about being able to get in and out of that subdivision? Because I talk to my constituents all the time because they have been down here wanting to put a traffic light.
Okay.
To calm the traffic down. And it's my concern of how you're going to be able to get if somebody have an emergency and have to get out.
Right. I think from my understanding, the neighborhood does have another entrance. So it's not just that first entrance right in front of the house. It goes around, there's another entrance out of the neighborhood. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there are two entrances in there, but you have the.
I got out of the queue.
You got out of the queue. Come on back in, Commissioner Scott.
Can I ask planning, is there another entry or exit out of the area?
Come up, I'll get you in a second. Let me answer this question. I'll come back to you, okay? 1 second. Well, obviously, you know the neighborhood. The question is there another entrance or exit from the neighborhood? You live there.
Yes, it is.
There is, okay.
There are 3 entries, but still, either one you try to get out of, you're gonna have all that traffic coming down Bottom Chipper Road. And that, like we say, that traffic is very heavy between 1,400 hours to 1,600 hours.
Can't let it go, can you?
Can't let it go. Can't let it go. This is why I can't let it go right here.
All right, that's from 2 to 4. Traffic is heavy. All right. Mayor, Commissioner Scott, you yield. All right, you yield. I got Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. You in the queue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's for our plan and zoning. Mr. Vassar.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this house is a 2,008 square foot. You got 6 clients that's going to be in there. What's the actual footage per person? There's limitations when in years past when Augusta started being inundated with these homes that people, it was actually limited to 3. Now, apparently, they moved up to 6 clients. Tell me when and the footage allotment, because you're going to have restrooms, kitchen, sitting area, and then bedrooms. This is a 6-bedroom house?
Yes, sir, that is correct. It is a 6-bedroom house, a 5-bedroom house, I apologize, but 6 clients are proposed to reside in the home. And that was her original request. It consisted of 6 clients. And this special exception process for our family personal care home allows for staff-operated 3 to 6 clients. Anything above 6 would require a higher classification.
All right, with they having 6 residents, it used to be 3, you didn't have to have a business license, but I think you do now, is that correct?
That's correct. You'll need a business license for 3 or less. Is generally accomplished through a special use permit that's handled at our front desk. But to answer your previous question, 100 square feet per client or per individual is the minimum requirement per bedroom.
100 square feet?
Per client.
Okay, so you got 6 clients that's going to be there, 5 bedrooms. Where's this other client going to be sitting at? And where's the full-time resident that's overseeing the clients going to be at?
Great question. So usually the master bedroom for a home is over 200 square feet. So that would naturally be the space where 2 clients are allowed. But any bedroom that has over 200 square feet will allow up to 2 clients. The applicant is running a staff-operated facility, and so I don't believe her or her husband would reside in the home. And they would have 24-hour operations and supervision of the clients, but they would not reside at the home.
Okay, but the caretakers will?
Yeah, they would serve as the caretakers, and they will provide that 24-hour supervision.
Well, that don't make sense.
That's something that is long-standing. That's long-standing, so that's something that we've always carried out. It's nothing, there's no exception. This is not an exception from the process. So these establishments could either be home-operated or staff-operated, and if it's a staff-operated facility, they need to have a space for, like an office space for the staff person, but it would have to be 24-hour care.
Right. What about safety?
In terms of?
You got to have amenities for the safety factor of the elderly?
I think the applicant may be able to better answer that question.
Right, so prior to approval too, we had the fire marshal come out, Mr. Ivy specifically, and basically per the guidelines from the state, he made sure that doors, windows, fire, emergency lights, everything is in place, or he showed us how to and where to put them. Also with our stoves, we have to have a hood suppression system underneath, and then that hood suppression system is connected to the post station, the fire post stations at the doors. We also have fire extinguishers in the hallway and also in the kitchen, Class A, B, C, and then also Class K. So they came out and surveyed and actually showed us where things needs to be and how to prepare it in terms of safety.
All right. As far as these clients, would they be driving?
No. So, well, let me take that back. So basically, we're getting the clients from our state agent. So depending on, and then of course we have to interview them to see what they are capable of or capable of not doing. So depending on their condition, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to be driving. And that's why we're going to organize buses to come and take them to their appointments and also to the daycare centers. So the state agent is going to do that in terms of their transportation. So 9 times out of 10, they're not going to be driving.
All right. I got a stepsister of mine that's my age that's been in state care ever since she was basically born. And if it wasn't been for Miss Jones, who takes care of her over there in Columbia County, she would have a different life altogether. But Mr. Vassar, so tell me about the recommendation again from staff.
Okay. Well, staff, you say you're talking about commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. This home shall be limited to no more than 6 residents with full supervision. Successful completion of a code enforcement inspection is required before issuance of the business license. And the applicant must receive a city Augusta business license and continue to maintain license with the state Georgia-approved compliance with minimum requirements. And the homes shall be staffed and maintained in compliance with all State Department of Community Health regulations for a family personal care home.
All right, if they don't fall in compliance, is it the county or the state that comes in and shuts them down?
I would think that would be jointly. I think the state will come in as well as us.
Who does the checking up on the conditions, the cleanliness, the care of the clients?
That'll be state agency. That wouldn't be us.
Add more to that. So our state agent is specifically designated to us, and they come in every week to make sure in terms of compliance, we are up to date with things, and we are up to par with their checklist, yes.
Thank you for answering that. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bass.
All right, colleagues, again, it's time to fish or cut bait. Madam President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed that she had said that they did not feel a need to talk with the neighborhood prior to deciding, unless I'm mistaken. And also, she mentioned that minimum care, which concerns me, because if you've got patients with minimum care, there's a greater, in my opinion, potential for them to wander off. And as Mr. Booker stated earlier, as did Mr. Carson, it is an extremely busy area, Barton Chapel Road, all day long. That is another concern.
Thank you, Madam President. All right, colleagues, I need to entertain a motion to approve this or substitute motion to not to approve it. Come on now. Or we need to send it back, let these folks try to hash out any differences or whatever, but I need something. Commissioner Clark from the 5th.
Yeah, last question, and then I'll entertain them. I'll make a motion, won't entertain a motion. You all have made an investment into your home to facilitate this. Is that right, Mr. Vassar, that the investment has been made by the petitioners?
Yes, sir, it has.
Do we know the dollar amount that had to be invested just to even meet the code and everything?
No, I do not. I don't know.
So looking at everything, well, at least, I'll say 290 now.
290,000 that you invest in buying the home and updating it to make sure it meets code to do this, this particular business.
The hood suppression alone is $4,000.
Yeah.
And reason being, they're the only company that actually does that. And I understand that that's a requirement that they just added on. It didn't used to be required, but that's an addition, a safety addition that they just added on for that. So, and then of course the fire alarm system is another $4,000, which we even haven't started that. So, in order to get things going, we'll have to of course do that for the fire department to come in and actually also perform their checklist. So, yeah, just about.
Yeah, and I think the concern, I mean, I got it, the community members definitely have concern from a safety standpoint for the residents that's going to be there. We're in a situation right now, though, where they've met all the requirements. They've met the requirements from the state. They've met the requirements from us locally. There's nothing that's out of scope in this, and they've invested in this. Like I said, it's a situation, I get it about the safety pieces, but we can't just kind of create a policy on top of the policy on the fly when they've met all the procedural guidelines. And they've invested in this as their business. This isn't just something that they're just saying, hey, wake up today and otherwise. I mean, they've invested in this to do it. So it puts us in a hard situation to say, hey, if we disapprove this, then we're setting precedents to just on the fly just start disapproving stuff based on our interpretation and not the law as they're set. So I'm gonna make a motion to follow the recommendation from the staff and from the planning and zoning for approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Clark, second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to follow the lead of my Super 9 commissioner on that last motion. Why don't we try to get the petitioner and the neighborhood association together and see if they can't come to some kind of agreement, because to be truthful, I don't see it going either way today. But it'll give opportunity for you to sit down and have a clear discussion on the path forward, one, for the safety of the neighborhood and the safety of your clients. And it wouldn't hurt to do that as a petitioner.
All right, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to put that in the form of a substitute motion? Try to get these parties back together. Is there a second to that substitute motion to get both parties back together?
I just wanted to let you know they have already met once.
Okay, that's what
I do want you to know that, and we tried to come to common ground on that. So I just wanted to put that out there, let you know that.
All right, so there has been a meeting. Madam President, is there any opportunity for another meeting, or we need to just vote on this?
I would think that there's always an opportunity for another meeting. And also, I want to clarify, I respect what Mr. Clark said about safety, but sir, it wasn't only about safety. It was about the neighborhood residents not wanting a personal care home in their residential area. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay.
I respond, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner
Yeah, I
Clark,
think that's a great point to make. Thank you for that, Ms. Octavia. Thank you for that point of clarification. The interesting thing about it is this: how many residents or community members showed up to the Planning and Zoning meeting?
About 30.
30 showed up in support or against it?
Against it.
Oh, okay, so that's different.
Yes,
All right.
it was against, yes.
Yeah, so I didn't know that piece. But still, let me clarify something. This puts this this couple in a situation because they've invested in this mightily. And now we're saying that we don't want it because of what it may do to the neighborhood or from the safety perspective. But again, now that puts them in a situation where the investment that they've poured into this property, they cannot do anything with it for the intended use and purpose. And that's the problem where I'm having issue with, because that's like me going to start and establish a business and someone say, well, hey, I don't like your business, but I met all the stipulations from a state level, local level, and otherwise. It brings a point of contention in that regard. So that's my question with that, because right now we've gone through a lot of steps with this, and we've had a lot of levels of approval that have had to go into this, and now we're basically saying dismiss all of that and ignore the process otherwise. And I'm hypersensitive to this piece because this is similar to a lot of the development that we propose, and folks are just against it. But folks are coming in, investing in the area. They're also investing in property. Because right now, Mr. Vassar, if we disapprove this today, what happens to their investment?
It's a loss.
Yeah, and see, that's not an easy one to swallow. $300,000 investment in a home, in a business, and they've met every qualification from the state to local. Yeah. That's hard. That's a hard one to swallow. And I get it. We're saying that we have the concerns we have, but then you all are saying and dismissing their investment. So that's my cause, and that's why I made the motion to support the approval and support their effort of trying to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. There is a substitute motion on the floor. Before we get outside, is there a second to commit? Second. There's a second by Commissioner Francine Scott. All right, Commissioner Scott and Madam Clerk, that substitute motion is to have these two groups meet to see if they could work a resolution. Commissioner Scott, I see you still in the queue, ma'am. Is there anything additional you need to add? She's out. Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, I'm just going to say thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did last time. I ended up supporting a substitute motion last time, so it'd only be fair for me to do it this time. But I'm going to say this. When I sit as an ex officio on planning and zoning spends the Wednesday before they meet on Mondays, we sit on Zoom and I listen. Then we come in on Monday and we do a pre-meeting at 2 o'clock, and then we come out here on the floor at 3. That's why we have planning and zoning, and we put people on this board for planning and zoning to go by most of the time their recommendations. And, you know, what's the point in having one if we aren't going to listen to what they have to say. They work hard, and so does staff. And to sit up here and I'm being fair, I'm listening to y'all, but I'm also got to say, I sit with this staff, and I got to say that they have done their work. They've done their homework, and so y'all, good luck. I want you to have a good conversation, but when's this coming back?
That's what we want to know.
We're not.
Full commission.
So
Next
it's not
commission.
coming back to the planning and zoning again? Okay, yeah, because a lot of times we sit up here and we end up sending things back to planning and zoning, and when they get it, they're like, why is this back in our lap again? So I'll go ahead and support substitute motion, but we got to do.
Thank you so much. Pastor, I think President Octavia Collins, you had anything additional you need to add?
I just want to add one thing.
I'm sorry, I got to let the president, because she was waiting. She kind of got my attention and wanted to say something.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark.
You can call me up.
Yes, I am. I understand what you said, and first of all, I disagree. I don't think we go against everything that you want to do. So well, most things, well, however you put it, I think is overstated, in my opinion, and I do have a right to my opinion, just like you had a right to yours. And also, I understand and I empathize with the fact that they spent $290,000+, but I also realize that they did not talk to this association in advance of spending those dollars. And I know you say their investment is totally lost, but people sell property every day. Those are my comments.
Thank you. All right, Pastor Booker. You were. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, Pastor Booker. I'm going in order.
Mr. Mayor Commission, I have the responsibility of not only managing my own money, but managing a church's budget as well. And I'm in the process now of a development plan. But part of planning and business is laying the groundwork early on. With a special exception, if it's going to be a special exception, before you make the financial investment, you make sure that you're going to be able to run the whole mile. And you do the upfront legwork before you make the investment, of which we're doing right now, the church. Before we spend the millions, we're doing the legwork up front, so I don't get down the road and got to look at my congregation and tell them, hey, y'all, we done spent $13 million. Now we got to eat it. I salute them and wanted to have their own business. I salute them. I salute them with the idea and the vision, because we do need senior care facilities. I would have hoped they would have come and taught me at Broadway. I would have pointed them to Barton Village, which is a much better area off the corridor, and you wouldn't have had the pushback from the citizens. But you got to you got to put the legwork in and talk to community members as well as the neighborhood up front.
Thank you, Pastor. Sir, Mr. Gaines, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Eric Gaines, 1445 Railroad Street. I just want to first say this, is that what about the members of this community? Because we put money into this community as well. And what I want you to also understand is that nobody wants to maintain or come into a community next to a personal care facility. My property is next door to this. I get the brunt of all of this. If I was to put my property up for sale today, nobody wants to buy next to a business. And so when you say someone comes into doing a development, this is not a development. This is an existing house in a well-established neighborhood that they decided to come in and buy a house in. So this doesn't fit that category of development purposes. You should have spoke to the members in the community. And in fact, I was doing lawn work on that particular day when they were looking at the house when it was on the market. So you didn't say anything about that. And you don't have to, because that's your dollars, but you also bear the brunt of the consequences once you put your money out there and the community is not that. And so my other thing of it is as commissioners up on this body, you guys are supposed to be voting the will of the people. The will of the people. And we're going into election season. And I need you to understand that this is not okay. This community's been here since 1971. Well-established community. And I'm asking for the body of the commission to hear us on here. We tried to have an amenable conversation. Hey, would you come down and do less than 6 people? They weren't amenable to those. And if you all deny the petition right now, they still can run that operation with 3 people. So it's not a lost cause. Please listen to the will of the people. That's the only thing that I'm asking you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. All right, colleagues, there is a substitute motion on the floor made by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by the Commissioner from the 9th to send these 2 groups back together, try to have a conversation, be brought back before this body by next commission meeting. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk? All right, Mr. Vassar?
I do want to say this, and I hear what he's saying, but there are review boards put in place. That's what planning commission is for, where you have the public hearing, and that sacrifice for her when she didn't know that she had to go to the neighborhood because that's not put in place. You don't have to go to the neighborhood. You have to come to a public hearing. Then that's when we had our planning commission, and that's when we vote. So I don't know. It's not her fault, So I just want to make sure we understand that.
Okay. All right, so that's noted. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna let you add something before we vote. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So even with our realtor and, signing off on the house, we didn't know there was a neighborhood community in terms of a HOA or I don't know the community. We weren't told that. So we didn't have the knowledge to inform them. And then the president was saying that, well, we could have drove by and of course he's there all the time, but we didn't know he's the president. And then secondly, also, when in terms of doing our homework, we knew the cost of it, and then we knew what it entailed. We went on the website. We came to planning and zoning. We asked them, is this a potential place we can use? We got the yes. Is it greater than 1,200 square feet from another one? They said yes. So, we made sure we had a checklist, and we went by that checklist in terms of establishing this business. And then I do understand Mr. Gaines's concern. He's my neighbor, and he does have his property for rent. But like his property, I can't tell him who to, live there. I can't say, oh, you can have 1 or 2 or 3 or whoever's coming. Is your credit score this? Are they violent? X, Y, and Z. I can't tell him that because it's his property. So I understand his concern, but on my end is more of who is coming. The people who are coming are from the state approval agents, so they're elderly. The type of people they're coming. Versus with your property, it can be somebody who is extremely young, noisy, or somebody who's extremely old who fits the neighborhood. So in a way, I do understand.
Ma'am, we're not here to determine that. You're actually trying to operate a business in a residential neighborhood, and it's their contention that it's not. So we have a substitute motion that hopefully will bring you guys back together, come back before this body. Madam Clerk, for the sake of time, and before we had to call environmental services, we need to vote, and then we're going to have to suspend for 5 minutes because we got some people that use the restroom, okay? All right. So, Madam Clerk, substitute motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Francine Scott to get these groups back together, bring it back before the next commission. Let's vote, colleagues.
DC.
This is a substitute motion for them to have another conversation?
Yes, sir.
All right, that motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I hate to do this, we got to suspend for 5 minutes because we barely have a quorum, and we have some folks that's been holding bathroom breaks for a minute. So 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's going to Well, we got the clerk. We got to let the clerk. We're waiting on the clerk, and we're going to be ready to go. We can't do it without a clerk. You need to have a clerk. Okay. Okay. Hey.
The problem is, while it's a commercial venture, it's a residential use of the property.
All right.
Special project. I don't know if you told me, but I know in the past that's how we had.
You need to make an announcement regarding that? Okay. All right, colleagues. All right. All right, Madam Clerk. I call this session back to order and thank everybody for coming back. I realize that we're way beyond a reasonable hour to be conducting business. Attorney Plunkett, as I understand, we gotta fix one item, please.
Mr. Mayor, when we had the delegation earlier today that made the generous donation of $9,000, we probably, for the record purposes, as Madam Clerk has pointed out, we need a motion just to accept to receive the funds. So we just need
Motion to accept.
There's a motion to accept by Mayor Pro Tem
I love
Wayne Ruffall,
Augusta for the tune of $9,000.
and a second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. See no colleagues in queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
This is to accept the check.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Moses. Todd.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. For the sake of time, and before we lose a quorum, I think this healthcare matter is important. So we're gonna try to get through it. And I'm gonna ask Interim Director Schreier to come forward. And first, you got to give us a timeline because, as I understand, we have a colleague that may have to leave, and if we lose quorum, I mean and that's it. So it's item number 34. Madam, for the record, if you can read it in, please.
Number 34, discuss and set employee contribution rates for the health benefit plan for fiscal year 2026.
All right, and Director, help us understand the timeline in the event we lose a quorum. How much, what do we have? And is this something that we could move to the next commission, or?
No, sir.
It cannot wait. All right, we got to come with it then. Let's go.
Okay.
You see that?
Here, you get that in.
Are y'all done with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so when? Next month?
They'll have a meeting in between. You're welcome.
Good evening. The proposed changes for the health care plan, we've gone through these before. Premiums, we have adjusted that premiums will be based on your salary level on 3 bands. There'll be an increase of the base amount this year and for the next 3 years, so that's 4 years total. Premiums will go up by a base amount. If the healthcare costs increase over that base amount, we will adjust that. We're increasing the annual deductible for hospital only to $500 per individual. These rates have been included in the proposed budget. The total savings or the total cost shift is $1.1 million, with $590,000 going to the general fund and law enforcement. And the rates for retirees will be adjusted based on the rates that are adopted. Questions that came up from last week. Would it be beneficial to go fully insured? Based on the response from Epic, our insurance consultant, it would not. It would increase our rates 12% above the self-insurance costs. Who's eligible to be covered? As I stated before, current full-time employees, retirees from the 45 and 49 pension plan who did not contribute to Social Security and are not eligible for Medicare. Retirees from the GMABS plan under the age of 65, and former employees with a severance agreement. GMABS retirees, once they reach the age of 65, they are transferred to a Medicare Advantage plan if they choose. If they don't choose to go to our Medicare Advantage plan, they can go find their own plan. If we change the deductible, that was the other question. The proposed rate is $500 per employee, $1,500 for a family. That saves the total plan $97,000. The general fund $88,000. If we do $1,000 per employee, $3,000 per family, the savings goes to $256,000 for the general fund, a total of $330,000. If we do a $500 deductible and $500 per employee and $1,500 per family for all costs, that increases it to $247,000 for the general fund, $316,000 total. And if we do the $1,000 per employee, $3,000 for family, that increases the savings to $686,000 and $553,000 savings for the general fund. I would like to point out that Epic did point out that based on our current plan, if we include all costs, most of our employees would not get a benefit from the plan. They would not reach the deductible during the year. And that's based on current history. The proposed rates haven't changed from last week, but just a different format. You can see the employee contributions for EE is employee, EE1 is employee plus one, and family. In band 1, the rate would go from $51.40 to $57.58, from $51.41 to $59.12, and from $66.83, or from $51.40 to $66.83. That is just the basis of the schedule. This is for the wellness, the HMO with wellness, and HMO without the wellness plan. Again, for the POS, for point of service, with is wellness compliant, and POS that is non-wellness compliant, you can see that the rates are varied based on the salary, and they are an increase from the 2025 rates. We're also adjusting the dental rates by the same criteria. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Interim Director Schreier. I don't see any. Actually, I do. Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Schrader, I was told before that 78% was paid by the taxpayers, 22% was paid by the employees, but after speaking with you yesterday, it actually was 88% and 12% is the employee's contribution.
That is for the entire plan, sir. Based on, the premiums are based on the 78-22 split. Once you take, because our costs are higher than what our premiums are and we are self-insured, if you look at the plan as a whole, it is higher for the organization is paying more than the employees.
And what is the normal average for different organizations?
That is one of the bodies.
I mean, you brought us 6 different other counties, what they were paying and their deductibles.
Yes, sir, but those are not the same plans. So it is depending on what the county wants to contribute, what the plans are. Henry County has a very low deductible, but they have a very high deductible plan. So
Yeah, right. Henry County, yeah, they 40 million debt too.
I believe you did mention that Columbia County has a $1,250 deductible, but they have a different provider. They have a different plan set.
Right. So on page 3, deductible changes. Go through that with us, please.
Sure. If we change the deductible, which is
the one in top left pink.
Yeah, that's the one. That is the recommendation.
Why is it hospital only?
That was the decision that was made several years ago by the commission. But prior to that, there was no deductible. We had no deductibles for our plans. So several years ago, we decided to have a deductible and increase and have that. I think it's at $300 now.
300 and 900, I think it is.
300, 900. So we're raising that from 300 to 500 and for an individual and a max of $1,500 per family.
Only if they go in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
All right, the blue below it?
If we raise that to $1,000 per employee and $3,000 per family, again, for hospital only.
Why would your people that we, our management people would just say hospital only? Was that something that staff recommended? You know, because I can't find another municipality that just does hospital only. Because in the private world, we don't have that benefit. I mean, if we're going to make it fair, let's make it fair across the board. So you use in past practice on this scenario?
Yes, sir.
At whose recommendation?
The increase in the premiums or the just going?
Deductible changes here.
The deductible changes, that was the amount recommended. We had discussions with the with Epic to determine the amount that would help us, but would also start the phase-in process for future years. This is just to fix currently. As I've stated in the past, in December, we're going to have in-depth conversations with Epic to look at what can we do to make our plan better, make it more cost-effective. Does that mean include changing the deductible, changing the co-insurance rates, changing the plans? Do we offer more than the 2 plans we have today? Again, health insurance is a complicated issue, and I know you understand that, but we're trying to start the process. So, and our recommendation is to basically ease into this. We're going to increase the premiums for our employees, and we're going to make it more costly for them to go to the hospital.
I'm going to back out right quick and let Ms. Francine speak.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Scott from the 9th, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mayor Johnson, I just need to ask one quick question.
Yes.
When you say hospital only, that means if an employee is admitted into the hospital?
Now we're getting a little into the insurance world, but it is if the provider is billed as a hospital. No, if you go to the hospital, yeah, it makes sense. There was a former imaging center in Augusta that was billed as a hospital. So that was charged the deductible. It was a freestanding, in my neighborhood, it was a freestanding building, and we went there and said $500, and we're going, why? It's billed as a hospital. So if you go to, it just depends on how it's billed with your insurance company. Most of the time, if it's affiliated with the hospital, you're going to be stuck with a deductible of some kind.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Interim Director Schreier, now, you're saying that we're going to have a conversation with Epic after we increase the fees for employees and everything. Why wouldn't we have the discussion with them first before we figure out how we could lower our costs?
We have had discussions with them. It's just because we're facing with an open enrollment timeline.
Okay, so the deadline makes it that we have to make a decision now, and hopefully we can go back in December. Does that put us in a bad negotiating position now that we? Okay, so
no, sir. When we start the conversations in December, my hope is that we will have a decision and a full recommendation for everybody by the end of the first quarter. So we're not faced with these deadlines and these time crunches all the time. It's usually, just because of the way we operate, we usually end up with this problem because it's based on the budget that we look at this, start looking at this, see what we can do. And the budget's due in November, and we do the open enrollment in October, November. So the way our structure is, we're faced with these crunches. So we're trying to be proactive and saying, we're going to start these conversations in December for the 2026 plan year.
All right, colleagues, again, we're up against it here, so we need to entertain a motion. And as you know, open enrollment is November 1st.
Yes, sir.
So we need to entertain a motion to approve this, and if we don't approve it, we're against the clock. So, all right, so let's entertain a motion. Is there a motion? All right, late in the day, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, got a question for you real quick. Your breakdown, did I miss that? Where we have the category breakdown of individual employee, individual plus spouse, and individual plus family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we also have it broken down for increase of deductible and increase of contribution, right?
This is changing the deductible. So I can't tell you how much this is going to affect each individual employee because we don't know. If you don't go to the hospital next year, you're not going to pay this. If you go to the hospital next year, you're going to pay this. So this is the deductible. The other portion of it is the proposed, for lack of a better term, premium.
Yeah.
The rates. These are based on, this is what everybody's going to pay that's going to come out of their paycheck based on your salary. Band 1 is up to $50,000. Band 2 is $50,000 to $100,000. Band 3 is over $100,000.
Okay. And right now, are we looking at doing a phased approach? I mean, because we're limited to the network opening times as well. So it's not like we can make this change now, goes in effect, and then we have to wait.
We make this, yes, sir. We make this change. This will affect the rates for 2026.
Right.
We will come back. As I said, my hope is we can get everything done and back to you by the end of the first quarter of next year so we can have the discussions over a longer period of time. Those will affect the rates in 2027. If this is adopted, the rates for 2027 will go up again based on this schedule.
Yeah. The problem is we don't really have many choices in this because of the time period. And even trying to do comparables against, you know, instead of being self-insured versus, you know, getting under, you know, an HMO policy or something like that.
I've talked to Epic about this, and I've also talked to a friend of mine that's in the insurance business, and both of them said, you don't want to go fully insured. It's more cost efficient for us to be self-insured.
Yeah, but I
There are
think
things within the plan that we can look at to make changes.
yeah, and I think we need to really kind of dig deep. I mean, like I said, I think this one, where unless someone has a recommendation in addition to or change, I don't see where we have a lot of room. So, and right now the contribution level would be from an employer to employee would be what?
Based on the premium, it's at the 78.22%. It's just when you get to the actual expenditure, the spend down, that's when it gets skewed where Augusta is paying more than the employees. But that is, unless you're fully insured, that's always going to happen.
Yeah, because I was pulling some data Monday, and so I was pulling national averages and I was pulling state averages, and it looks like they go between 80 to 85, and you know, and in some cases even lower. So, yeah.
Let's see if I have it here.
So we could select from any one of these. DC.
Yeah.
So we could select from any one of these. Is everyone for hospital?
You're talking about adding some from.
Let's get, Interim Director Sherry, can you put slide 5 back up on the screen, please? Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem had a question regarding this slide.
All right, the top left, the pink one, mauve one, it shows hospital only, but the blue up underneath and the yellow and the green does not show that hospital only.
That is for all costs. So in essence, that means the first $500 in your medical cost, be it pharmacy, be it going to the doctor, whatever, that's coming out of the employee's pockets or your pocket.
Can I ask the Madam Administrator a question?
Yes, sir, you may.
Madam Administrator, out of these 4 choices, which one do we need to look at?
So I would say, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, as we know, the current cost for healthcare has tremendously increased across the industry. Unfortunately, throughout the years, we have not changed we have not done any respective increases enough to balance that out and to stay not where industry is, but to at least do the respective increases. So it is very difficult because it is not as easy and simple as one may think as it relates to coming up with the best plan for an organization. As we all know, many of the employees or potential employees come to Augusta because of the health care benefits. But based on the time frame that has been provided that we have until we have the open enrollment, we had no choice. We have been working with Epic, which is our third-party provider who's been providing us advice on this. They have informed us that if we did go self-insured, because I'll be honest, I was looking at the self-insured option, they told us it would be an increase of 12%. So I think this is the best way to go is either option 1 with $500 per employee or option 2, the $1,000 per employee. I do not think it would be in the best interest right now for us to do the deductible for all respective costs, because I don't think our employees will be able to many of our employees will actually be able to afford that at this time. So I do think we need to have more conversation, as what Tim was saying, that we'll be meeting with them by year end so that we can have better plans for our next fiscal year when it comes to our healthcare costs, knowing that they're going to have to increase, but knowing also that we're going to have to come up with different plans than what we currently have.
All right, so Athens Clark was I believe it was $1,750, which was the closest municipality to us. I think it would probably be better to meet in the middle. There's one that's in blue. Is that the one you're speaking of?
Yes, sir. That's 1,000 per employee. You know, if you don't want as much of an impact to the employees, it would be the one in pink because it is $300. So when they go to the hospital, any visit to the hospital would be $500 per employee. But if they go to the hospital and it is the $1,000 per employee, they're going to have to pay the $1,000 deductible. But I would not look at the deductible for all costs at this point.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Tanya Barnhill Turnley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we move to approve the pink one with the $500 per employee and $1,500 per family deduction. Take into account that we're probably going to have to raise rates again next year and several years, if I'm understanding what Interim Director Schroeder has said. We've got to ease people into this, especially since we have done nothing in the past. 1,000 is a lot. That sticker shock, I think hopefully it will be easier for people to manage that increase of $300 versus $600 or $700. That's my motion.
All right, there's a motion to accept the in the pink, the $500 employee deductible, $1,500 family, seconded by Commissioner Francine Scott. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're voting. We got a few of them. We got
8. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I hate to say this, we are about to lose a quorum, and there's some additional items that we're not going to be able to get to today. So those items will be covered at our next commission meeting, and I will make sure that I will coordinate with the clerk to get you guys pushed to the top of the list. So we're going to note the items that we're not going to get to today due to a fact of we're about to lose a quorum. Interim Director Schreier.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to confirm that the premium rates are also adopted.
That is correct. Attorney Plunkett, do we need to go back and do a separate motion to make sure we're...
I think just for clarity for the record, it'd be better just either vote on the rates and the $500 as a combined number.
Right.
It's probably the cleanest way to do
Commissioner
it.
Turnley, can you restate your motion to make sure that we cover the rates and the
Thank you,
deductible?
Mr. Mayor. I want to restate my motion that includes the employee increase and the premiums. Is that the correct verbiage?
The rate increase on the premiums
And the deductible.
Pardon?
The rate increase and the $500 deductible.
Rate increase and the $500 deductible per individual and was it?
Family.
And family.
All
Well,
right.
$1,500 per family.
All right, Commissioner Scott, you still second that? All right, it is seconded. All right, Madam Clerk, we're voting again with the restated motion, please.
That motion carries 7.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, just for the record, let's get through these items that we will have to address at next commission. I have item number 8. Item number 23.
Item 23, next meeting.
Item number 32.
Number 23, next. Number 32.
Yeah, that's item number 8. He had an objector on item number 8. Yeah.
That was Ms. Guerra.
She was you know what? We can't vote on that because they were. Let's very quickly. Let's handle number 8. Number 8, because yeah, we had 2 objectors to deny.
You've been waiting here.
Yeah, you've been waiting. We're gonna try to get us to deny. Oh, so. It's a recommendation to deny. Are you asking for this item to be approved? It's in your best interest that we move it to the next commission, okay? All right, Madam Clerk, we're gonna move to the next.
Number 10, yeah, Mr. Guilfoyle pulled that, so.
All right, so that's gonna be 8, 10, 23.
Number 23.
And 32. 8, 10, 23, 32. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. With that being stated, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. We will make sure that we note to get you moved up, okay? All right. Madam Clerk, with that, this meeting's hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Okay.